Well, sir, wasn't that special? Yeah, I've heard it once. Okay. It's a great Pat Metheny tune. We'll go through this one. This is First Circle, I think. I should have my copy ready by then. Okay, Justin, I got my copy ready. I'm ready for you, baby. From one nerd to another, hit that StreamYard link. The future is certain. Under grace. Human faith is a relation. No. I'll turn the music down here. I'll get these boys quiet so I can read and think a bit better, Human faith is a realization that we are saved and not all realize this yet. Human faith is a realization that we are saved and not all realize this yet. God will bring all into the knowledge of the truth in due time. 1 Timothy 2:4. Hey, what do you make of that, baby? That sounds like a grand, glorious promise.
I don't know what he meant by double immortality, but it reminds me of Tommy.
I didn't see the double immortality comment. Let me scroll backwards because I just got done making coffee.
No, it was just said. He didn't say much about it, but specialist said I have double immortality or something.
Oh, maybe he's making a joke. Tommy. Yeah, that's funny. It could be he's making a joke because, with just black and white text, you can't really hear tone of voice, right? So sometimes you
Yeah.
have to read between the lines and say, "Oh yeah, he's just kidding."
Yeah, I'm sure he's kidding, but what he meant by the joke, I'm not exactly sure, but it feels like a play on Tommy's double death thing.
Yeah, yeah. So the guy who loves double death will be loving double immortality. In
Now
fact,
he claims we love double death.
I know, but yeah, just explore the idea of double immortality. Like it can't get better than immortality.
Yeah, it's like forever and ever,
Yeah, right. It can't get
or,
longer than
let's
that.
you got the eternities of the eternities, ooh, at the end of the eternity, you got the next eternity, something like that. I was looking at, Revelation some because of, Revelation I honestly, I was just flipping around all over the place, and I was thinking about the eons of the eons, and I was also thinking about how, like, we often say Eon 1 or Eon 2, or, like, at least that's the lingo Zender will use, but it would also be labeled that way.
Yeah.
But, the more you think of I've always thought the reason I've always avoided that language is because, for one, you don't as far as, like, what people are calling Eon 1, you don't know if there was multiple things that went down, and it's really just what we have, right? Like, we don't have
Yeah,
much about before the disruption, and we also don't have much about, you know, the new Earth, right?
that's
But
right.
I was
So
really
hang on,
looking.
hang on. Let me throw out a comment that really fits with this discussion between you and me.
uh,
Uh, Tony came over here a year or two ago, and we were talking about things, and we were talking about that chart, the divine calendar,
yeah,
the Eonian calendar, and we were talking about that it's likely that Adley Loudy made it or put in most of the work, to make it. And so Tony said that Adley Loudy was chart happy. Anyway, that I just thought that was a funny little comment, a throwaway line, right? But I began to think about it, and during that time period, during Adley Loudy's day, a lot of those Baptist
oh,
preachers and so
yeah,
forth were real chart happy. They made charts about everything, right?
Larkin and
Yeah, but
Schofield,
and then after that comment, just quietly thinking about things, I go, "Wait a minute, Paul never made a chart."
yeah,
So what the hell do we know? As best we can do, the eons are a little bit foggy. We can't make a whole damn chart out of it.
right. It's more
But
of a
maybe
concept of
we could
what we got.
say that Adley Loudy was autistic way back because he was so chart happy. He had to have
Yeah.
everything categorized in a timeline. Okay, this begins here, this ends here, this begins here.
Right, but if I were to do it, I'd be even more autistic, and I'd have to make sure someone understood that, well, we don't that, like, this part, well, this part's foggy, but this part's maybe not, and you know what I mean? Like, I'd probably have it color coded in such a way that, well, this part, we don't know exactly if to categorize it like this, because that's what like, you think
Mhm.
about what people calling Eon 1, it could be many eons in that time period, and you think
Yeah.
about what people calling Eon 5, and I think you probably would do well to think there's going to be multiple things that go on there too. And in fact, you look at Revelation 20 to 1 and 22, and the more you look at it, you actually realize, and in fact, when you cross examine it with other prophecies given in, like, Isaiah, and this is to hope that this is, some kind of final state of things is absurd. In fact, most people who read it just they'll a lot of people will read everything literally, or, like, very, literal, and I understanding perhaps symbols and things to some degree, but understanding that there's a lot of symbols that are equating with something before that, but suddenly, the log of life, what the hell is this about? The the outside of the gates, right? People outside, like sinners on the new earth. Yeah, it's right there. If you really look at it and you think about what's actually going on, and like for example, the scroll of life, like that stuff was in Moses. Like he said, the one who sins against me, that one will I blot out of my book, or the
Uh-huh.
scroll, right? And so whoever and it gets to this, and it also talks about in John at the beginning, how if you overcome, you won't be blotted out of the book, and which is equated also with not being hurt of the second death, and which is also mentioned there in Revelation 20 as well, not just in the beginning of the book. But the point being that this idea, it seems that there's gonna be well, not just seems, but it outright says in Isaiah about the new earth that a child will die, but it will die 100 years old. And in fact, you really start looking at it, and what is this log of life thing about? And we've talked about this before, but when you really see this part, it makes sense. So if you're outside of the gate, the log of life is within. Sorry, my throat is within the gates, right? And so, but if you're locked out of the gates, what happens inevitably, right? You're
You
dying.
die, yeah.
And you look at Isaiah, and there's death. Well, when you really look at what it's saying, no death still or yet and stuff, and that's in reference to the New Jerusalem, and that's why, hence, the log of life is locked right inside of it.
So there's no more death in the New Jerusalem, is what you're
Right.
inferring.
But that, in fact, you know dang well that there's still people within the second death, and they're gonna get hit with the second death if they don't have, or but maybe I don't know if you would call it. I mean, you could, I guess, yeah, you would still call it the second death, whether they died by lake of fire or whether, and that, in fact, the concept of the what is very similar at the very least, and might as well just be directly equated with Gehenna, is in the last verse of Isaiah, which it's been talking about the new earth for a good 2 chapters there, and how there might be a long period before someone died, like the child dying 100 thing, but nevertheless, that's still death. There's still
Yeah.
problems. There's still sinners locked outside of the gate, people who have fallen out of the scroll of life somehow, because they're not vivified, right? Because they couldn't be falling out of the scroll of life, because that's part of the promise of those who overcome. They won't be knocked out of the scroll of life, and that they won't be hurt of the second death. Because why won't they? Well, because they'll be vivified. They won't be subject to such a situation. You see?
Yeah. Cool your heels for a second. Hello, Bill.
Hello.
Oh, you got beat up 2 or 3 times, I see.
Oh, they're not loving me at the moment, I'll tell you.
What happened?
Oh, there'll be another 20 videos against me just for coming here, and especially showing that picture. Bloody hell.
Not,
I'll get in
now
trouble.
now you're really asking to dig your grave.
I tell you.
What happened? I don't even know who.
Oh,
I mean, I can figure out just with a little, like, okay, how many people are there on YouTube that will, be belligerent about such a thing? There's the dude, there's there's the dude and his crew, Praise I Am, Jack Smack, and his crew, and then there's like kind of like the strange, like really belligerent, like Smokey and his like. And what's the other guy? News Unit, and that's about it.
That's
So
it.
Believe it or not, this new onslaught isn't even coming from Smokey or News Unit.
No, I figured it wasn't. I figured it was, but I mean, they're the only other two that act like, or that crew in that place are the only ones that also act like extremely out of line. But if I had to guess who's attacking you, it'd be, the free gracers.
Yeah, because I'm not. See,
I mean, they're kind of known for it.
Yeah, because I thought, and again, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought and assumed especially in this dispensation, our ministry is reconciliation, not condemnation. Now, obviously, I've blasphemed by thinking that, and predominantly our administration is condemnation.
Wow. I did not get that memo.
Yeah, so I missed that memo and thought, oh, yeah, that's just. I think what happens is they get bored of attacking the same person 1,000 times, and then they move on. And then
That's
they get
funny
bored.
because Jack Smack was really into attacking me for a while, but then he got bored of me and started attacking this even people that like I don't even like know why you would waste your time on like I told you one time I saw he found a channel or someone I guess is probably in his comment section found a video on Mary and Martha, and the rest of the entire channel was about cooking or packaging food.
Oh, right.
And there was like one video on Mary and Martha, and he had to make sure that the saints knew that watch out for this food package lady because she doesn't believe like me or something.
Yeah,
like.
I'm not even against, given a couple of admonitions and but leave it at that. But you're not called to a ministry, but you don't need to call someone out 10,000 times and call them hell-bent, reprobate bastards. Look, give them a couple of admonitions, and that's it. What else are you supposed to do?
One
Other
thing,
than give the gospel, give the gospel, give the gospel.
one thing that I've always thought is when someone has to use a lot of exclamation points, whether in sentences on and typing them or with like their voice, by screaming and yelling or being aggressive, it's usually because they don't have a good point. Like that, if you have to resort to yelling and screaming or putting exclamation points at the end of every point, it's because your point's not good enough to stand on itself.
It's just
that's why I don't like exclamation points are only as good as like an imperative as far as I'm concerned, like as a command. But whenever someone has to slam it at the end of every sentence, it just looks weak. I don't know, to me at least. I'll be right back. Just for coffee.
I listened to your stream from yesterday, Bill.
Oh, right.
I enjoyed it very much.
I've done one today, as you probably noticed. I've done the gospel verbatim. Because I get accused of skipping the uncomfortable verses. And I thought, that's bullshit. If anyone actually knows me and listens to me, I deliberately use the uncomfortable verses to show our state of affairs without Christ. Without Christ, we're all dead in trespass.
Yeah.
So, but the accusation, Bill doesn't ever talk, I thought, bullshit. Why say, as in Adam will die? That's not good. But then it says, even so, in Christ you'll be made alive. That's good.
That is good, yeah.
So, I make sure I do that. I give the bitter truth. Without Christ, there's no hope. But there is hope. Again, that word hope there, you know what I mean. I say hope.
How you like the title of this show? I'll bring it up for you in case you can't.
Yeah. I know, yeah.
We are not saved because we believe. We believe because we are saved. What a dynamic thought that is, huh?
Well, yes, a dynamic thought, yeah. Yeah. You'll go to hell for that one, you will know.
Oh my God! All right, so how would Praise I Am handle this comment that we are not saved because we believe? However, we believe because we are saved.
Hell-bound heretic.
That's it. just automatically assume?
That'd be it. Yeah.
Okay, how about Olive? How would Olive handle this?
Hellbound heretic.
How would Dude handle this?
Hellbound heretic.
No, dude would really double down on it though. Like, dude would make sure that everyone else goes even harder too, because it's not enough to just go to hell. You know, you gotta like have the fire turned up.
Well, yeah, that's an extra hot oven moment. That one. Yeah, you'll definitely go to hell.
I pass from death to life. Look at me. Pay attention to me. Pay attention to me.
Justin.
Mm-hmm.
So you had some information about the Eon of the Eons or the Eons of the Eons? Which is it?
Well, both.
Okay. I'm ready for you now because I've had 1.5 cups of coffee. Knock
Just
my
a
socks off.
little short stuff on it here. But I talked some about something or what. First of all, I'll just bring
by
up
the way, for the listening audience out there, if you're just tuning in, so this word in the regular Bible translations, forever and ever, it's actually there are 3 different phrases in the scriptures which they say forever and ever. The popular English Bibles cover it as forever and ever. So the 3 phrases are: it's a polyptyton, which is a Hebrew style ism, a Hebrew ism. So in the Hebrew, they would say the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, the Holy of Holies, the Bill of Bills. Hey, notice that. Anyway, so that type of phrase where you take one of the nouns and turn it into an adjective of the other is a nice little cadence they have, right? And so in the New Testament we have 3 phrases: the Eon of the Eons, and then the Eons of the Eons, and then we have the Eon of the Eon. 3 distinct phrases in the New Testament, and the lazy Bible translators say forever and ever on all 3 of those phrases. But it just seems to make sense, at least a little bit of sense, to say, wait, if you got 3 phrases, maybe you have 3 concepts here. So what could they be? Anyway, so we'll explore that. Go ahead, Justin.
Did it work or is it doing something weird?
What's doing weird?
I don't know. I'm trying to share 1 second.
Oh, okay. While he's screwing around, so when both ends of that polyptyton are singular, the Eon of the Eon, it seems to make sense that this would be the Eon that is real cool in relation to the prior Eon. So we infer that's a reference to the last Eon as it relates to the 1,000-year reign of Christ, the Eon that comes out of that Eon. Okay, so when one of the ends of the polyptyton are plural, you get the Eon of the Eons. So that would be the very best Eon of all the Eons. And then the third scriptural phrase is when both ends of the polyptyton are plural. That would be the Eons of the Eons. What would that be? That's probably a reference to the last 2 eons of time, which are so great that compared to all the eons altogether, they would be the eons of the eons. So we could infer that the first 3 eons are pretty bad, riddled with evil, and the last 2 eons are pretty good because God starts cleaning up the mess then, and thus becomes all in all. Just thinking out loud. I disagree with you, Ace. There's nothing to see here. that just means this.
Yes.
That's the most common argument I get from Jill and the Limitarians. That just means this. And to me, boys and girls, when those guys like Jill and Eric and JJ, and when they say that just means this, oh man, that is so. I mean, truly, that's really a wounding thing, right? Because that would say, don't look for anything more in the scriptures. There's no depth. That just means this. Because in my years of hanging out in the scriptures, there's so much beauty there that sometimes it takes you years to really grasp what's going on. For my first 20, 30 years as a Bible reader, a lot of things went over my head. I had no idea what the Bible was talking about, or what Paul was talking about, or what Hebrews is talking about, or the book of Revelation. No idea, but it was fascinating. And for someone to say that just means this, oh, bother.
I'm gonna try this other browser because it's been weird. Oops, I closed the wrong one, didn't I? Is it working?
Yeah. Wait a minute. There we go.
Okay. So the first thing, just to, understand off the bat is, this fact of the matter that what we're going to look at is Revelation 21 and 22. But I want to just mention the fact that, if you look in Revelation 3, I think verse 5 or something, and in fact here, you find out that the ones here in the first resurrection here can't be hurt at the second death and such. So that give me 1 second. Let me just search it here. Okay. So you can see here over these, the second death has no jurisdiction. You can see the one who conquers won't be hurt at the second death. And then why this will be important, I'll explain in a second. And you'll see the one who conquers also won't have his name erased out of the scroll of life. And you also know how David, I think it was, said, don't blot me out of your scroll. And Moses said, under Moses, I think it was Yahweh who said, the one who sins against me will blot out my scroll or whatever. Okay, well, with that in mind, why that's important is because whoever makes it past this point, right, we know if any is not found in the scroll of life, he is cast in that which is the second death, right? Well, let me point out here, though, that someone might be in the scroll of life 1 second here, but yet be blotted out later on. Now, that's not to say, and of course, whoever's in the first resurrection won't be, first of all, because they're vivified, as we're aware. But whoever's here evidently can be. And this will be important here in a second, because we'll find in verse 27 that, those who are written in the Lamb's scroll of life will be entering into the New Jerusalem. But then you might ask, well, how can there be anyone who's not in the scroll of life, right? Well, not only that, but there's also, we know, generations that will be born, right? The generations of the eon even unto the eon of the eons, right? Which would have to be the best eon at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so there's going to be generations, there's going to be people born, there's going to be people who may be blotted out of the scroll. But even then, it seems that righteousness is going to reign even heavier than the millennial kingdom. You would agree, Ace?
Yes.
And so in Isaiah, you find out that the child in this new earth and it is, it is in the context of the new earth. In fact, it's said right above it that that's what he's talking about, the new heaven and new earth will die 100 years old. So the idea of a child dying 100 years old, and that the sinner 1,000 years or something will be accursed or something like that. But point being, what I'm trying to get at here, though, is that the fact that this new earth thing is not, if you're going to make this the final state, it's not looking very well. Because you find out here that we often have understood this to say, there's no death at all. Well, of course, we know there's a second death right here, but up here when it says there's no death still or something, like no more, it would be the idea kind of no further. Well, it's talking in the New Jerusalem here. The New Jerusalem, that's where this kind of like, in fact, right after this, verse 9 here.
Wait. I think I'm catching on it. Let me. So you're suggesting that in the New Jerusalem, death will be no more.
Right.
But outside of the New Jerusalem, all bets are off.
Right.
Okay.
In fact, it says, "And I perceived a new heaven, new earth, for the former heaven and former earth passed away, and there's no more sea. And I perceived the holy city, New Jerusalem, descending out of heaven, made ready as a bride, adorned for her husband. And I hear a loud voice out of the throne, saying, Lo, the tabernacle of God is with mankind. He will be tabernacling with them, and they will be his peoples, and God himself will be with them, and they will be brushing away every tear from their eyes, and no more, and death will be no longer still, nor mourning, nor clamor, nor misery, and there will be no more, for the former things have passed away. And he who is on the throne, sitting on the throne, said, Lo, new I'm making all. And he said, and he's saying, Right, for these sayings are faithful and true. And he said to me, I have become the Alpha and Omega, the origin and the consummation. To him who is thirsting shall I be giving of the spring of life, water of life gratuitously. And he who is conquering shall be enjoying this allotment. And I shall be a God to him, and he shall be a son to me. And yet, and also, I'm not sure if this is who's speaking here, but if this is Jesus speaking, well, if Jesus is still a placer, well, you know what to think of that too, that he's a placer for the eon of the eon, right? In fact, or his throne is a placer for the eon of the eon. And Hebrews 1:8. Yet the timid, unbelieving, abominable, murderers, paramours, enchanters, idolaters, and all the false, their part is in the lake which burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. Okay, so we know there's still the second death, and to say the last one is lost its kick, or according to unaction, as the elements are down and according to unaction, it would be just plain false, right? But it seems a bit, this is talking about the New Jerusalem, as the holy city, New Jerusalem, no death, and you can figure that out here because look at verse 9 here and on. It's all about the New Jerusalem, like all of this. Look, and I will. Sorry. Okay, this is where it starts talking. What we're talking about, really. And one of the 7 messengers who had the 7 bowls brimming with the last 7 calamities came, and he speaks with me, saying, Hither, I shall be showing you the bride of the wife of the lambkin. And he carries me away in spirit on a mountain huge and high, and shows me the holy city, Jerusalem, and descending out of heaven from God, having the glory of God and her luminosity as like the stone of the most precious, as a crystalline jasper gem, having a wall huge and high, 12 portals, having 12 portals, and at the portals 12 messengers, and their names inscribed, which are the 12 tribes of the sons of Israel. From the east 3 portals, and from the north 3 portals, and from the south 3 portals, and from the west 3 portals, and the wall of the city is having 12 foundations, and on them the 12 names of the 12 apostles of the Lambkin. And he who is speaking had with me a measure, a golden reed that he could be measuring the city and its portals and its walls. And the city is lying 4 square, and its length is as much as its breadth. And he measured the city with the reed to 12,000 stadia. Its length and its breadth and its height are equal. And he measures a wall 144 cubits of a human measure, that which is of a messenger. And he was building material, and the building material in its wall is jasper, and the city is clear gold and clear glass. And the foundations of the wall of the city, according to every precious stone, the first foundation with jasper, the second with lapis lazuli, whatever that stone is, and the third chalcedony, the fourth emerald, the fifth sardonyx, the sixth man, these are some weird names. Cardinal, Cardinian, the seventh topaz, the eighth beryl, the ninth periot, the 10th charis something, the 11th amethyst, the 12th garnet, and the 12 portals are the 12 pearls. Are 12 pearls. Each one of the portals, respectively, of 1 pearl, and each square of the city is gold, clear as translucent glass. And a temple in it I did not perceive, for the Lord God Almighty is its temple, and the lambkin. And the city is having no need of the sun nor of the moon, that they should be appearing in it, for the glory of God illuminates it, and the lamp is the lambkin. And the nation shall be walking by means of its light. So its here is Jerusalem's, just so you understand. In fact, I think it says hers in the interlinear, because it's, Jerusalem's a feminine noun. So they're walking by the glory of Jerusalem's light, and its portals, those Jerusalem's portals, New Jerusalem's portals shall be under no circumstances locked by day, for there shall be no night there. And they shall be carrying the glory and honor of the nations into it, and under no circumstances may anything which is contaminating or making an abomination or a lie may be entering into it, except those who are written in the lambskin scroll of life. So first of all, before we go into this 22 here, you notice all of this literally from verse 2 to 27 is about, there's a little bit of an interlude, for example, about this part, maybe like making all things new and stuff, right? That you might consider it somewhat of an interlude, but not exactly. Even the allotment here is kind of about New Jerusalem and what's going to be the value of that. And in fact, it's going to go into the next chapter, right? About the log of life and all that. And so, in fact, that's what was promised to this is kind of the bigger point of what was promised to Israel in the first place, right?
Right.
Because, to say the millennium really fulfilled it seems like a pathetic fulfillment, right? Like that's more of like a stepping stone.
Mm-hmm.
But you can see this whole thing is, how much did it talk about? Like, oh my God, the amount of time from verse 9 to like here or something that it's talking just about how it will look. Like that's a long amount of, look at all those words there just to talk about, and we only have so much information. So this is like we have more information about how it will look and all the stuff about New Jerusalem here, and hardly anything about the new earth. In fact, all we really have is that there'll be nations, right? And that they'll be able to carry the glory and honor into it, and that there'll be kings, which is literally the same word as reign. Just says, that's why I think it would be valuable to point out, whenever it says he must be reigning, it's really he must be kinging. It's the same word. It's verb. And then it goes on over here. And this is kind of where you kind of see what's actually going on here. when you see 22 with it, because this all it's really done is tell us, stuff about like how it looks for the most part, but and that there'll be no death in it, but but really what sparked this thought originally was it literally just outright says there'll be death in the new earth in Isaiah. So like I started looking a little bit more what's actually here, right? And it's the New Jerusalem that there's no death. In fact, that's why this whole log of life thing, like, look, and he shows to me a water of life, resplendent as crystal, issuing out of the throne of God and the lambkin. Notice there's a throne of God and there's a throne of the lambkin, and the lambkin is obviously Christ. So, in the center of it,
if I may interrupt you,
yeah,
because I just had the spirit of Jill.
oh yeah,
That's all that means.
yeah.
Don't explore this for any depth, more understanding.
Yeah,
it just means that. It just means that.
Yeah, what they usually do with this is they just say, "Well, it just means it." Like it's just a way of saying, eternity life, or it's like it's no. I'm gonna believe what it's written here. In the center of its square. Oh wait, read this again. So the river and the issuing out of the throne of God and lambkin, in the center of its square, and on either side of the river there is the log of life, producing 12 manners of fruit, rendering its fruit in accord with it each month. The leaves, see, that's something that would be interesting in exploring. Like, why is there a different fruit for each month? Ooh.
And as a farmer, I say, what?
Oh, yeah.
Because, in my farming experience, you only get one growing season a year, not 12.
All right.
That's cool.
Here's a fun thought is, well, maybe they can't bring the fruit out for later if they start becoming sinners or something, because of what we're going to find out here. Because I don't know, that was just a random thought, but like maybe you got to have the right one for the right month,
Right. And even before you brought this out, I did a couple of explorations. I wouldn't call them actually teachings, but it's clear to me these days that if the nations need to eat of the leaves of the log of life every month, that means they're not immortal yet.
Yeah, that's the whole point it's getting at. That's literally the point.
And if they're not immortal
they've
yet,
just spiritualized, quote unquote spiritualized.
So if the nations have to eat of the leaves of the log of life every month, that means death in the absolute sense has not been abolished yet in this picture right here.
In fact, you think about the next verse here, and there'll be no more doom, or it's often been translated curse, and of course, whether or not you try to disconnect it from what was Genesis or not with the word doom, or whatever's actually trying to go on here. Either way, evidently, I think the connection is actually to what happened in Genesis. That it's a reversal of what Adam was not immortal. He had to put on immortality. Either way, he was not immortal, and he had to be dying to ever become immortal. So, as 1 Corinthians 15 talks about, right?
Yes, that's true.
But yet these people are also not immortal, but there's still the curse that Adam was hit with. This preterist loves Genesis chapter 3. Well, the curse Adam, he was driven out of the garden, and the flaming cherubim the flaming sword with the cherubim guard in it, right? Keeping him out from the fruit, which would keep him alive for the eon.
Mm-hmm.
Remember?
Mm-hmm.
So why is there no well, there's no curse here. There's no more any doom, because they don't have to be shut out of the log of life, which was the same principle, whether it's the exact same log or not. It's the same thing, right? It's the same thing going on.
Oh, wait a minute. So you're saying that the tree of life could be the same thing as the log of life?
Oh yeah, it is the same thing.
Okay, so the tree of life, maybe we could, in our imagination, say, okay, at the cross, that log was cut down and laid over and died, but it can't die, so it's still producing fruit as the log of life.
Yeah, the log. I mean, most translations put tree here,
Mm.
but it's just. I think it's just a idiom thing. I don't know it, but it is talking about the same thing that Genesis is talking about. I don't. I'm not exactly. That's an interesting thought. I don't. I'm not sure. Why they put log, but I am aware that. Like if we looked up. What is exactly like why use the word log? I'm not exactly sure, but it's that I would think it's connected, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe this is I'm not exactly sure. Let's see. It's an interesting thought. But anyway, there'll be no more curse, right? So, whoops. So that I think is a reference to getting. Yeah, I mean, either way, you have this idea of like fruit, right, from a plant, right, of some sort. Where to go? What in the world? Okay, so and what happened in Genesis? They got locked out of that, right? And
Yes.
so I think it's kind of the same thing. Like you think about what happened in Genesis, they got locked out of that, which would not make them immortal, but live for the eon, as you would be aware if you're not reading the King James kind of thing, right?
Okay, so racing ahead in my mind,
Yeah.
from what I hear you say at the moment, the New Jerusalem is not the final picture. It's still one more stepping stone.
No, it's there's literally sinners outside of the gate. That's what that's what I'm saying, that this is not a metaphor. This is not like some kind of metaphor for those who are in the second death. Yeah, they'll probably die again if they're locked out, right? I mean, there's also the whole, the thing, because this verse is one of the biggest variants, but it's typically like this. I think this would be correct, because we really don't. Revelation's kind of a mess when it comes to uh, textual stuff, but like all the oldest stuff will say this, but then there's like a lot of a mess going on, even in like it's split off kind of in two different kind of types in like the later stuff, but all the older stuff say this, but then there's the newer
Read
stuff
this. Read
that
this.
say keep the commandments instead of rinse the robes.
Oh.
So but you could kind of see a connection to both, whether it's keep commandments or because it's ultimately connected to the same idea that the law is involved here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whether, but either way, the license to the law. See, the license. Why do they need a license that is a right? Which, by the way, Christ abolishes all rights. Right? Authority is the same word.
Mm-hmm.
Christ abolishes all authority. Their authority is to the law of life. Why do they need that? Because if they can't get into the city, see the portals of the city, right?
Yeah.
Portals, which is just a word for doors. The portals of the city, they need that so they can get their authority to the log of life. See,
Mm-hmm.
and if they don't have the log of life, what
They're
happens?
screwed. Yeah,
Right.
they might be screwed anyway.
Well, I mean, if that's where they get the cure, right up here. Where is it? Name on their forehead. Where's the cure of the nations? if you need the cure and healing out of the log of life, then how they're mortal. And if you're stuck outside of the city, right? This is outside. In fact, to put it, this in italics is not exactly like it is, but it is like it is the idea of they are outside, but it's not just out like the preposition, but it's more than that. But someone's outside here, But often when they put, in fact, a lot of the times, like up here, like usually when you see like something like this, especially when there has a dot, like it's not often when they put things in grayed out text, it's not exactly the idea of just like gray. Like there's certain grayed out things where you're like, it's worth considering either or, but like there's certain ones where it's like, this is actually coming from something, like it's coming from the idea of an article here, which is, but they don't want to like blend things, being it's a concordant method, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, there's outside of the city is, this stuff. So is this the final state? Is this God all in all? This is, by the way, this is where Jamie Russell loves saying all in all, because he gets to eternal torment people with that, right? Because how the hell are you going to say that God is all in all, but people are being eternally tormented?
Mm-hmm.
That's insane. So of course he just reduces it to all and whatever he's on about, but all who are left, right? Or something like. Well, is he all in this final quote unquote state where these outside of the curse and these people aren't even immortal, and like
outside of the paramours and the fornicators and the murderers.
And the murderers. You know what happens when you have murder? Well, someone dies.
Right. Yeah. So death has not absolutely been abolished in this picture yet.
Exactly. In fact, down here it talks about your part will be taken out of the log of life if you're editing the scroll, and it's got more threats just down here for them. In fact, it says you'll get these calamities added to you that were in the scroll, and you'll get, and I would think these calamities are probably connected, in fact, with, I don't know, I used to think it was connected with the rest of the book of Revelation more so, right? But like when you really think about what he's actually talking about now, why would it be connected with the vials and the bowls? And it's probably connected with what's happening here, because this is not the final state, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, the next part about being, eliminating your part, or your part as in like portion, right, with the log of life. Well, that's not good. Or being eliminated your log out of the log of life and out of the holy city, which is obviously going to be connected, and being written in the scroll. So, man, if this is the final state, there's going to be a bunch of murderers outside of the city looking for. But yeah, I mean, when you look at this for what it actually is, it's very clearly not what Christianity has made it out to be. This is not.
It's still a bit of a mess.
It's definitely a big mess, but it's not the mess, that is now, perhaps, but it's still, it's still stepping up. And of course, if Jesus reigns for the eons and the saints reign for the eons, and you think about like, okay, well, whenever he gives it up, he gives it up at some point. Well, and that's the point when the saints give it up, and that the eon of the eons has generations, right? And so when do the eons really come to a close? Well, whenever they're not reigning, because if they're reigning for the eons of the eons, right? Well, then that would have to mean that they're reigning for the best of the eons, right?
Yeah.
And in fact, they're even reigning for the eon of the eons, and there's
Okay.
generations for the eon.
So
So
allow me
whenever
to-
the eons close,
allow me to interrupt, boys and girls. So right here, we're verse 5, where he's talking about they shall be reigning. Now, this is a problem because according to our apostle and his prophecy in 1 Corinthians 15, 20 to 28, reigning, rulership, power, and authority will be abolished at the real end of ends, right? But here in the book of Revelation, they shall be reigning for the eons of the eons. That still indicates that we haven't, in the book of Revelations, we're not seeing the total picture yet because you have to reign. And who do you reign over? You would reign over somebody who has at least a bad attitude about things, right? You got to keep them in check. And this is good. We're making progress because it'll be the eons of the eons, the very best eons of all time, but still it's not perfected yet. One day, Christ must reign until he puts all his enemies under his feet, and then reigning will not be necessary. And God will be all in all, for all will be subject to him, and there won't be any animosity or anxiety or anything that needs to be held in check with reigning. Go ahead.
yeah, and you can also see the word throne here of God, but also of the Lambkin, and also here this verse and that verse. In fact, the word king, kings of the earth, and a king is just the same word as reign. It's just the noun form.
Mm-hmm.
So you got the reigners and you got the reigning, and you got the kings and the kingers, and he must be kinging. He's binding for him to be kinging until, and you got the authority of the log of life, which is or the whatever it puts it as here. It's the same, exousia, the right, the authority. All authority is going to be abolished because you won't need it.
Man, this is so exciting, Justin, that God will actually bring the eons to a close because nobody
otherwise
will
there'll
have,
be murderers outside of the gate.
God will bring the eons to a close, and murderers will no longer be murderers.
Yeah.
They will be changed. They will be made like him. They will find their lot in Christ, as we have found our lot in Christ also.
See how much the whole eternity thing really screws things up. You ever figure that? You ever notice that? Let me show you something cool. I like this verse in Daniel here, and I've thought about the word olam a little bit more, and how what we're. I'll show that in a second, but let me just show you this here because I'm gonna have that on here too. And you can, this is like, isn't this a cool way of, like, how in the world has this become eternity? And they shall safeguard the kingdom unto the eon. Well, I would imagine that's the beginning of the matter, right? The millennium, whatever you understand it as, but even unto the eon of the eons. But think about this. In fact, even in Strong's, it points this out, which is, Strong's is hardly ever, Strong. I'm talking about the Strong's definitions book, not the number system. It points out, the idea of a vanishing point as one of the most literal ideas, and
For olam,
obscurity, vanishing point, and that's kind of, when you reference it in regard to time, you can kind of see what's going on. Like, of course, it's the word is not necessarily directly connected to time, but it's seemingly by usage often always. Well, now maybe not always. There's a few, as we've talked about, the one in Ecclesiastes, but you could see, well, it could be talking about time. Maybe it isn't. Maybe obscurity, right? But you imagine, like, if you're talking about obscure amount of, what you're really getting at is the vanishing point itself, like the point, like you imagine the horizon, right? Off in the distance, you're getting at what's exactly at that vanishing point, I think, in a way. So you could think about, like, unto the vanishing point, even unto the vanishing point of the vanishing points.
Wow.
Or unto the obscurity, and you kind of understand what we're talking about here, even unto the obscurity of the obscurities.
So
and as long as you understand we're talking about time being, what's going on here, you're going to understand very well what's going on.
In 1979 or 1980, I got my first concordant literal New Testament,
Yeah.
And I'm scooting through it, and I'm, it's fascinating because the vocabulary is new to me.
Yeah.
And I don't understand this exactly or that exactly. And I have to rethink everything, And I lived in Santa Barbara at the time. They had a nice bus system for the town, And a lot of just regular middle-class people rode the bus there. And I found myself sitting next to one of the elder brothers in our church group, the church in Isla Vista. I said, and I had my concordant literal New Testament in, and I showed him the verse that said something about, to God be the glory for the eons of the eons. And this guy didn't have a concordant version. But he was really a great brother, good, like a rock in our church,
Yeah.
And I showed him the verse that says, to God be the glory for the eons of eons. And he raised an eyebrow and said, wow, that's a entirely new concept of time that we have to think about. And I just thought that was a great comment, And for you to say that it appears that the word olam is to the horizon point, that's really a cool concept of time.
Right, the vanishing point, but a good way to understand it would be a horizon, like visually at least, right? Like you could probably understand a vanishing point in many things, like the end of a song, the end of a video, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, read that passage right there again. Yet the saints of the
saints of the supremacy shall receive the kingdom. They shall safeguard the kingdom unto the vanishing point, even unto the vanishing point of the vanishing points.
Man, that's a concept of time that tickles me. I don't know why. That actually gives me faith.
Yeah.
Whereas to say forever and ever, that confuses my faith. I don't know what forever and ever means, but I think I can grasp to the vanishing point of the vanishing points. I think
exactly. I think it gets at that idea of like right, it's right, that right point, right? That point right at the concealment, right? That where it becomes vanishing, right? Or like, what if you said the concealment point or something, right? Or concealed point or something, right? But yeah, if you look up, even like the common dictionaries, it says the first thing it gives is properly concealed, comma, i.e. vanishing point. What does i.e. mean?
It means for example.
Huh?
I.e. means for example.
For example. Okay. Yeah. It says whatever it means, whatever it's getting at by what it means by concealed there, it says the vanishing point. In fact, it doesn't even get into eternity into the third definition. It says,
okay, so here's the difference between forever and ever and unto the vanishing point of the vanishing point. So forever and ever, just by and large, right? We throw this word around as if everybody knows what we mean, right? But when you say for the vanishing unto the vanishing point of the vanishing points, that is acknowledging the weakness of our understanding and our little brains. But when you say forever and ever, that pretends that you understand everything. And, And so it feels
It
more
goes above
comfortable.
what's written.
Yes,
That's
it does
kinda
go above what's written. And
yeah,
just
even in, like, what we know about God being all in all, like, by saying eternity and mix things up.
so eternal is a concept, and who can understand it? To the vanishing point, oh, I think I can understand that. Yeah. So it's just in my off the cuff thought, it would be more faith rendering to say, we're talking about to the vanishing point. I can get it. I can understand it. I can have faith, but I can't really have faith in the eternal. It's a concept that's just beyond imagination. And it has come about, the word eternal has come about through a boo-boo in translation, thanks to John Wycliffe,
Yeah.
because he invented the word. Before John Wycliffe, there was no word eternal, and now we have to deal with an ununderstandable concept.
Yeah, in fact, I mean, I haven't done too much looking into it. I've done a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if originally the Latin meant eon for
Mhm.
like, of course, basing, there's no reason to really care because, we got what the scriptures actually say, but I mean, obviously when people hear eternity now, they're not, and not I mean, at that, then they scramble it with other concepts, right? Like forever and ever and ever and everlasting, and there's no way of
Okay,
telling.
back to this vanishing point.
Yeah,
I cannot imagine what's beyond the vanishing point, but I don't have to.
but there is a vanishing point.
Yeah, yeah, and that vanishing point would be just what I can't see at the moment.
Yep.
Let's go to the vanishing point and see what we can see. Oh, yeah, there's more to it.
Yep.
So out here in the West, as opposed to people on the East Coast,
Yeah.
out here in the West, there's a different kind of experience regarding the mountains. In the East, they've got the Appalachian Mountains and so forth, and when they climb to the top of the mountain, there's more mountains. It's just more jungle because they're kind of like they have so much rain, they're in a rainforest. But out here in the West, there's a string of mountains, and then beyond the mountains, it's desert. So here, when you climb up to a mountain, you can see even further. But in the East Coast, when you climb up to a mountain, you just see more mountains.
Right.
I don't know if that helps.
Well, I think a good way to maybe think about it is when we're talking about obscurity or vanish. When we say obscurity about olam as like a very basic idea, right, or a concealment. I
Mhm,
think we're not talking about everything after it that's concealed. We're talking about the concept itself of where it gets concealed. So, like, imagine the horizon thing, right? It's that point where we're talking about the concept of where it comes to concealment, not everything concealed beyond the horizon, you see, but
mhm,
rather the concept of the concealment. You see what I'm saying? Like
uh-huh.
where it begins, if you can put a point to it, that's the olam. You see what I'm saying? Kind of
Yeah, I
like
think I
if you
can,
can
yeah.
draw the point where the point, you know, the exact point where the concealment is, that's what you're talking about, I think is accurate.
Mhm.
Because it's a word for itself. It speaking to that idea that when you say the concealment, you're speaking about in the sense like that's where the concealing is, right? Not everything ever concealed from you, but rather where is that point where it is concealed? Perhaps if you still want to kind of see what I'm saying.
I do see what you're saying. So,
So, like, if you imagine the exact point again on the horizon where it drops off, and you can't. That line is the concealment.
right. And so I can imagine we can say, okay, once you get to that point, once you get there by traveling, right, this journey of faith, and you get to that great point where many things were concealed and then they're not concealed anymore. So let's go on.
Right, and then you got then you got the concealment of the concealments. You got a new concealment to deal with. Right.
In other words, what the hell do we know
Yeah.
with our big brains? So let's go back to this Jamie Russell thing. Why would you put it in the comment that Jamie Russell's going to flip out with this?
Oh, I said Jamie Russell's not gonna like this one, but because I know that the Seventh-day Adventists are really into the New Earth.
Oh,
In fact, I think he named one of his channels New Earth or something. Whatever that, I don't know where that whole why that's a big phrase among them, but I've noticed that they often talk. I don't know, like I feel like I've noticed a weird amount of channels with that phrase. Maybe it's just Jamie Russell, but they're really into the New Earth, evidently, because I don't know. I mean,
yeah,
maybe because, but I know why, actually, because they actually believe in a resurrection.
Mm-hmm.
But the rest of the Christians who throw them out just because of that, because they don't, because the Christian, the common
And
Christians
even the Jehovah's Witnesses are into that kind of stuff with their New World translation.
right, yeah, exactly,
yeah,
because they believe in a resurrection.
Mm-hmm. And
but when you believe in going to heaven when you die, it kind of it kind of like throws out the. But see, because they only see up to that point, well, that you kind of see what's going on, right?
yeah, so we could go over to Jamie Russell's channel and type in the side chat, what is beyond the New World? What is beyond the New Jerusalem? Is there
Yeah.
anything beyond the New Jerusalem? May we expect more from God?
Wait,
Or is that it?
I'll tell you what's beyond the New Jerusalem. Outside the gates is murderers.
Oh my God. That's not a good picture.
Yeah. Well, I meant beyond, and as in like spatially, not time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I meant time-wise. Will
Yeah,
those murderers become complete in him?
I mean, that's
By faith,
what,
I say yes, they can. They will be complete in him. For even as in Adam all are dying, thus also in Christ shall even murderers become made alive.
what is past tense. If we died together, we shall be living in the future, living together also. I actually first noticed this when I was on Jamie Russell's channel, and he was using this to browbeat someone, or someone on there was. And I was like, well, if we die together, we shall be living together with him also. And how in the world you can look at that? And I mean, it's just the whole limited God they got, though. Like, I don't know. Like, it says it right there. We know that all
What
died
passage
with
is
him.
this? What passage is this?
2 Timothy 2.
Faithful is the saying. Okay, here's a faithful saying. Let's see if we can grab it.
If I read it from here.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you read it. But I want you to notice when you're reading it, this idea of enduring is connected with reigning, which we know, when does he reign, right? When does he reign?
For the eons of the eons.
Right? And so, but yet, no matter what, if we died with him, we shall be living together with him. If we are enduring, we shall be reigning it with him. And we know when he's reigning.
Mm-hmm.
And even if we're disbelieving, i.e., unbelievers,
He is remaining faithful.
why? Well, because he died. We
He
all
died.
died with him.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You see that? This is a salvation of all passage. But
Wow.
because of
Yeah, 2 Corinthians 5:14 says, if he died for one, he died for all. If
yeah,
one died for the
and
sake
that's
of
in past
all
tense too.
died.
I looked at this connection before. It's if one died for overall or for the sake of all, consequently all died. Those are both
Mhm.
past tense in the same type of past fact state, and that this is in. So and then all in the future tense shall be living together with him. So it's right there, but they won't with the whole limited God, limited atonement. Like they say, we don't believe in limited atonement. Oh, yes, you do. Just 'cause I mean, what's the difference? Oh, they all condemn Calvinists for believing in limited atonement, but then they believe in, they say, well, we believe the atonement could affect everyone.
Did you hear much of the conference yesterday or day before?
No.
Well, there was a fellow at the conference named Waylon Jennings. I think that was his name. Waylon
Yeah, I've
Dabbs.
heard of him.
Waylon Dabbs. Got the Waylons wrong. Waylon Dabbs.
I
And
heard.
he said that he was some kind of Baptist preacher, and that his boss preacher gave him an assignment because they had this thing at their church where they were studying the cults, right? They were going to
Yeah.
study the cults, and he was assigned to speak on the cult of Calvinism. And I
Mhm.
just thought that was hilarious that this
Yeah.
Baptist church was calling Calvinists a cult. Somebody get the memo to Jill, please.
I mean, but I frankly I don't even know what anyone ever means by cult. It's just
Yeah, it just means we're cool and you're not cool.
yeah. Whenever I hear that, usually it's just a way of saying like the enemy, like that we're right, you're wrong, you're the enemy. Like what is that? Like study cults? That's a weird idea. Like isn't that there not enough? Like is there not enough just looking in the scripture? Oh look. A lot of ideas being that I've heard don't fit. Like that's the study of cults. Oh, look how many ideas are claiming to believe, the scripture, and then you go to it and it's like, huh. I mean, like this stuff is everywhere. Like if you think, like look at what's right here. Like people get debate about this all the time. But like when you understand that Christ, like imagine if you believe Christ reigns forever and ever. Well, you might still be able to pick up something about this, but it still gets more confusing, right? Because when you understand, well, he reigns for the eons of the eons, you can very easily see what's being said here, and or that he reigns until he gives up the kingdom is it, whatever phrase you got about it, as long as you don't think it's endless, that you understand there is an until about it, well then you can understand, well, we're going to be living together with him, but if we're enduring, we're going to have something special here. But if we're not enduring, i.e., disowning, we're not going to have something special here. But even if we're disbelieving, which would be connected, to the fact that all died with him, right? Well, even with disbelieving, he's still remaining faithful because all died with him.
Yes.
You see, because if you have eternity attached to Jesus' reign, see how confusing this gets?
Oh my God.
It's confusing because only they get this, and they in fact will get disownership if they're not enduring and or disowning, and then if we're disbelieving, ing, that could be us, or it could be Wildheart, who's never believed.
So-called.
At least he said, right? The point being, I'm saying an example, right? An atheist or someone who's never believed. Well, you can be disbelieving, but he's remaining faithful. You see?
He cannot disown himself. And as himself, Christ died for all. And if one died for all, consequently, all died. He cannot disown himself. And with his death, he purchased all. And in our ticker tape below, he's going to be the enjoyer of the allotment of all.
Right. And one time I heard or I saw Jill bring up this verse. And he reads it, or sorry, where is it? Not this one. Or he just he doesn't read it. He just copy pastes it over and over. I've seen him copy paste it over and over in the side chat. And I'm just thinking, like, are you this dull of mind?
What verse? What verse?
I'm looking for it here on the screen. It's the one where it says, let's see. Oh, this one. It says, "You're not in the flesh, but in the spirit. If so be that God's spirit is making its home in you." But he wants to say, he usually just copy pastes the second part here. Now, if anyone is not having Christ's spirit, this one is none of his. Or sorry, this one is not his. It's like, okay, yeah. But remember who's vivified at Christ's coming? This is a genitive case. His, right? Of him, his. And we're talking about Christ. I'll read it again here. Just make sure everyone sees. If anyone does not have Christ's spirit, this one is not Christ's, right? His. Well, how many times have we read this on here? But is he not? Who's Christ in his presence? That's genitive.
Right, yeah.
It's an ownership. It's not to say that they won't be affected, but these are who are Christ's, and those who are Christ, and when the in his presence is answering the time period, right? Yeah. So not they're Christ, to be at his presence. No, they're Christ ones, and that they get it in the timing of in his presence, right? Okay. And then, but another thing I noticed about that was, you ever notice here the verbs actually drop out, because where of course it's an ellipsis, right? But not that it has to drop out to do an ellipsis, but it's actually kind of cool to point out, just to make it even more clear, that there's no verbs actually here after this ellipsis. Of course, it puts, like, it inserts things for clarity, but there's no actual verbs here in verse 23.
Okay, hang on. Read that again and show us that there's no verbs.
Yeah, so for even as in Adam all are dying, that's a verb, obviously. Thus also in Christ shall all be vivified. Now, vivified, right? This is an ellipsis, and in fact, I don't know why they put a period here. I feel like there could have been a better way to make sure this ellipsis is made known. Okay. Now,
what's the ellipsis in this case?
Will be vivified.
Oh, will be. Shall.
Yeah, shall, or future tense will be vivified. Yeah, whatever you want to say, will or shall be vivified. So yet each in his own class shall be vivified. The first Christ, was vivified. Thereupon those who are Christ in his presence shall be vivified. Thereupon the finish.
Oh, I get you. That's exciting. Go over it again.
Yeah. And I'm pointing out here also that there's no actual verbs here from verse 23
by the way, boys and girls,
24 until giving up.
Hang on.
Yeah.
So by the way, boys and girls, an ellipsis is a common figure of speech. We all do it. We leave out part of a sentence just to make the sentence a little shorter and get to the point faster. And so Justin has just pointed out that the verb be, or shall be, or will be,
shall be,
has been dropped out to get to the point faster.
Yeah, the shall be vivified. It's the same verb, shall be vivified. It's not. It's all one verb. It's it's just future tense, shall be vivified. It's broken up here, but it's not actually like it's broken up here for clarity in English, but shall be vivified or being vivified or something like that. But yeah, it's ellipsis. There's no verb here, even in verse 23 or in 24, which is this part of 24. That is, which is the part that actually is connected, the ellipsis, right? So it's all shall all be vivified, yet each in his own set shall be vivified. The first for Christ was vivified. Thereupon those who are Christ in his presence shall be vivified. Thereafter the finished shall be vivified. And the point I was making, though, is that there's no actual, not that you have to have it this way to do an ellipsis, but the whole point of having this, obviously this is a very clear ellipsis, but it's also cool to just point out that there's no actual verbs going on here. That there's no it's just there's no verb here in verse 23. Of course, it inserts this, but there's no actual verb here. And then there's not a verb here until giving up the kingdom. Thereafter the finish, whenever he should be giving up the kingdom. Right?
Grammar is so spiritual.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how if someone's not willing to look at what grammar, then they're gonna have a hard time figuring out what's going on, because like it's the answer to your questions. Like if you because there's gonna be so many people who are gonna
So allow me to
attack those scriptures, right?
Allow me to read it for myself.
Yeah.
And insert the missing verbs. Okay. 22. For even as in Adam all are dying, thus also in Christ shall all be vivified, yet each in his own class shall be vivified. The first fruit Christ was vivified. Thereupon those who are Christ in his presence shall be vivified. Thereafter the consummation shall be vivified.
Exactly. And it's just cool to realize that it's like there's literally, it's just I don't know, it's just cool, like, but I was really just pointing out this thing in the first place about the hit that the Christ, the ones who are Christ, right?
Yeah.
Because Jill will go in the side chat like thinking he's winning something, like, oh, those who are not doing this or that, or not none of his, or right. But well, yeah, because there's some who are Christ, and there are Christs, and that those ones are vivified in his presence, but everyone's going to be affected by Christ, and everyone's been bought by Christ in the sense of I mean, in the same sense, Adam bought everyone under sin. You know what I mean? But
so go back to that Romans place where Jill always quotes his proof that he's special and we're not special.
Yeah,
I want to point out that this passage that Jill quotes is rather ambiguous, and the way Jill uses it, it's full of inference, but it's subjective, but it doesn't say clearly what Jill is saying.
Well, in fact, if you just keep reading it, it compares the ones who are under this blessing to, well, everyone else should if children enjoys allotment, enjoys of Christ allotment, if we suffer together with him and glorify together also.
Do me a favor, Justin.
Yeah.
When you're screwing around on this thing, always make sure the verse you're talking about is close to the top, so okay. I can.
Yeah, I'm trying to click it so it highlights it too.
Okay.
The part where it says, this one, that the creation itself also shall be being freed from the slavery of corruption into the glorious freedom of the children of God. And when I was looking at this and I was thinking, like, we're talking about the children of God's glorious into the glorious freedom, that the one which the children of God's glorious freedom. In other words, the same
Move it up
thing.
a little bit. Move it up a little bit.
Yeah.
So it doesn't conflict with the side chatters.
Yeah, so I'm getting at the idea that I think what's going on here is you have to vanity was the creation subjected not voluntarily, but of him who subjects it in expectation that the creation itself also shall be being freed from the slavery of the corruption into the glorious freedom of the children of God. And so, the entire creation is groaning and travailing together until now, yet not only so, but we ourselves also are having the first fruit of the Spirit. We ourselves are groaning in ourselves, awaiting the sonship, the deliverance of our body. But what I was getting at up here is that this passage also talks about the salvation of the entire creation. Or if you
Okay,
want
go back to that verse 28 or whatever it was that Jill
this
loves
one?
to quote.
That one?
Verse 28.
28?
I think that's the one he quotes.
Oh no, he quotes that one's too good for him to be quoting. Look. I don't think he's like the God who works all. Let's see. It's this one. 9.
Oh yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is Jill's quote. Okay, so
He
listen.
usually only quotes the latter half.
Yeah. Now, if anyone has not Christ's Spirit, this one is not his. Now, Jill, how do you know that you have Christ's Spirit? Well, I feel it. See, you see how vague this is?
Yeah.
I feel it. I read Calvin or whatever the hell his excuse is, but this verse by itself is pretty vague for Jill to say, I'm cool and you're going to hell.
I mean, I think he's happy as long as someone's going to hell, even if it's him.
Because Jill is saying that he has Christ's Spirit and we don't have Christ's Spirit. But this verse doesn't say how you get Christ's Spirit or whatever. It just says, if anyone has not Christ's Spirit, this one is not his. And he exaggerates the bad news of this verse, if this verse is indeed bad news. And he doesn't exaggerate any good news. He just overemphasizes the bad news. That's mental illness, boys and girls. If you want to be mentally ill, you must do 3 things at the same time. Whether you're in the field of religion or, just in a household, you must do 3 things at the same time. Number 1, you must overlook the good. Number 2, you must focus on the bad. This is bad. This is really bad. And number 3, you must exaggerate the importance of the bad. If you do all 3 of those things at the same time, even in your theology, you end up mentally ill, dude.
Yeah, I was looking. Remember, I was looking at this a long time ago. I was trying to, but yeah, the children of God's glorious freedom would be that the creation itself also is going to get
freed
in
from
the same way that the children of God's type of freedom was.
Oh my God!
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, like that's what I'm saying is that this is accusative. This is where it's being acted into the glorious freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, it's so zoomed in. I can't.
So big deal if some are not his at the moment. Right. They don't know that they are his at the moment. And I have told even Wildheart on a number of occasions, hey, Wildheart, guess what? God owns you. And he says, I'm not happy about that.
Right. Right. I mean, that's the creation itself. Also, that's kind of the idea. Also, right?
Yeah. Also, yeah.
Being
Also,
freed from the slavery of corruption into the children of God's glorious freedom. Right.
man, Paul sure knows how to make use of the word also.
Yeah.
This thing is big, boys and girls. It's an also religion.
And also, see, that's why it says up here that the creation is awaiting, like that it's like it looks like it seems to say like what is a premonition? What does that mean? You think?
For the premonition of the creation is awaiting the unveiling of the sons of God. Premonition means that they suspect it's going to happen. They don't know why. They just suspect it's going to happen. The sons of God shall be unveiled. And when the sons of God are unveiled, that's when the party begins.
So the strong expectation or something of the creation's strong expectation is awaiting the unveiling.
So if you have a premonition, you can't really prove it, but you believe it to be so, and you probably are going to yak about it and make everybody else annoyed. I have a premonition that God will be all in all. Shut
You're
up,
going
Ace.
to hell.
Shut up.
I don't know what kind of spirit you got.
I have a premonition that free will is bullshit. How about that?
Yeah. Haven't you read the Bible?
Did you see my talk with Eric last night?
No.
Well, I was over there, I don't know, maybe an hour. And I didn't say much because, you know, if I say too much, I get kicked out. But he said, give me a dogmatic verse, Ace. Give me a dogmatic verse that there is no human free will. I said, okay, Ephesians 1:11.
Yeah.
Ephesians 1:11. God is operating all things after the counsel of his will. That's not a dogmatic verse. I asked for a dogmatic verse that says there is no human free will. I said, okay, Eric, you give me a dogmatic verse.
I'll give you a dogmatic word.
I'll give me a dogmatic verse that says humans do have a will that is independent of God. Well, I can't do that, Ace.
How about the word God?
Oh my God, that's
Yeah, you only need one word.
oh my God. Justin, I screwed up there. I should have brought up the word God. The placer, the subjector.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, I'm so sick of hearing free will. I'm just sick of like if it wasn't that no one knew what you're talking about, it'd be beneficial to just stop saying God altogether and say placer and subjector, and that's that. People are so clueless. I mean, like it's that. I mean, it's bad that people like how many people like if they actually knew what God meant would be like free will. That's bullshit.
Oh, let's throw in one more word besides placer and subjector. Disposer. Sweet.
Maker.
He makes you.
He makes the world and all that is in it.
And all will be subjected to the subjector.
Even the sun. The Son himself also shall be subjected. After resurrection of the Trinity.
You've been doing a bit of homework here.
Yeah, I'm always doing that. I got lots of. I save a lot of documents, but when I think something's special, I usually share it. Like some of the stuff on the new Earth, like there's a lot of like I think that we hadn't really noticed too much. I mean, there's some people who have noticed some of it, but kind of putting two and two together and just making it simple, like about about the death on the it's right there outside of the gates. There's murderers, and no one's really thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of it is just, I mean, whenever I was a Christian, I was taught all, everything before Revelation 21 is like all, like super literal, except for the second death. You got to believe it's eternal torment. And then everything after 21 and 22, everything 21 and 22, you got to like start spiritualizing things for whatever. Because it doesn't make any sense, right? Because like there's obvious like weird things going on here, like log of life, like, well, that's just a way of saying you're immoral, right? That's what they'll do, right? And in fact, their whole translations kind of help confuse that, right? Because the live for the Eon is turned into some kind of mix-up idea with immortality, eternity, right?
Mm-hmm.
But eternity, as they call it, life is not promised in that way to all, but immortality is. And so you gotta wonder what's going on with this eternity shit.
Go ahead, Cade.
Hey, well, man, isn't your StreamYard pretty fancy now getting back in? It's been so long I had to actually go through that whole "are you who you say you are" bit.
Yes.
How are you?
It's annoying. I'm fine, thank you.
How's it going, Justin?
Good, yeah.
Pretty good today. Pretty good right now.
That's good.
Authentic Grace, how are you?
I'm good.
I tried to figure out who you were. I could now I know. What's up, Bill?
Wait, show your profile picture.
Who?
He's definitely rage baiting those free grace. Keep it on the screen for them and put the word Bill so they know it's you. If you say authentic grace, they might not know who's behind the name. So
they will. Trust me. That they know exactly who it is.
They're stalking you.
Well, yeah, they got butt hurt because they called me a fake free grace, or instead, G&G is my title. They call me got no gospel. So I thought, right, we can make a separation between them and me, and I'll be authentic grace instead of pseudo grace.
Authentic grace.
So Bill and the man in the picture right there are ones for whom Christ died.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah. Aren't we all? Thank God. It's not a big deal.
For all our sins, but not ours only, but the sins of the whole world. Well, actually, like the propitiation, like it doesn't actually do anything unless if you like believe and get in line and like.
So hang on, Justin. I want to tell you another aspect of the conversation I had with Eric last night. he was going over the story of Cain and Abel, and he was going over the part where God said to Cain, "If you had done right, you would have been blessed," And so his point was, well, did Cain have the choice to do right? Therefore, we're talking about free will, because God says, are you saying that God was mocking Cain, Ace, because Cain did not have a free will, and God says, if you had done right, you would have been blessed? And I began thinking as he was blathering and thinking, and I was thinking, doesn't God mock us?
Yeah.
All the time, God mocks us. And I brought up the example of God saying to Adam, where are you? When he was hiding, where are you? Yeah. And all of our life, all of our experiences is kind of God mocking us, showing us that we ain't that much.
Yeah.
We're saving.
Hey, just earlier I was looking for
Romans,
something.
Oh, get this, Bill. Romans 5:20 is God mocking us. The law was given that sin might increase. That's a great mock, right? Do you think we can keep the law? Oh, my God.
I'll get in trouble for quoting that one as well.
Just earlier, I was like, man, like I was feeling mocked, but knowing God places all. I was like, and I still don't. I haven't even found what I was looking for. I was just looking for some hard drive, and like it's just like why? Like I'm like over here sweating, looking around. The room's too damn hot, and I said like, why? Why does everything have to be just ridiculous? That's what I said, and I was talking to God. I was like, why does everything got to be ridiculous?
God is mocking Justin.
Yeah, it's like just like something just that
That
small.
makes
and
me
it just feels
happy
like,
that
why does it
God
gotta
is
be ridiculous?
mocking. That makes me happy that God is mocking Justin.
Yeah.
I'm not alone. God mocked me so much, and now he's mocking Justin. Welcome to the Humans Are Mocked Club.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Cade. Authentic Grace. Time to play these things again. What the hell is this?
You know what they are. You know what they are. Come on.
Oh.
Hide and seek with God. The one who placed them to be there. See, the only way hide and seek with God works is in that very sense that God's messing with you. Because he placed you to be there, and he's playing a role as a joke to say, where are you, Adam?
Excuse me. Now a word from our sponsor.
Be sure to subscribe to Mr. A. Steele, the reader, and receive the message of the unveiling of Jesus Christ in this, his grandest glories of ages unveiled.
Well, you got it from the horse's mouth there, baby.
There you go. There you go.
Wait. What the hell is that? So AI, using AI for something new. Oh God!
I did. I did.
I'm gonna put
knock AI.
all kinds of people's voices if it's that easy. Watch out! I mean, at this point, like if you believe someone's voice and someone said something, you better double check. Because that sounded like, if it didn't sound like, out of time, the wrong time period, you'd believe that was real. Like even the audio, like background noise, right?
Yeah, I had to add that though. I had to add that.
Oh
yeah. Welcome, specialist.
Howdy.
You're in with some troublemakers here, buddy.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm also part of the God has mocked me club, and now I get to mock other people. It's pretty sweet.
God, I feel so much better now. You're part of the God has mocked you club.
Oh yeah, he mocked me pretty good. I mean, I was even on national television too. So.
Oh, that's right. You were.
I was arrested, on national television, Fox News, for posting with what's it called, masking tape, like automotive masking tape, so it didn't damage any of their doors or any of their establishments, and just be like, "Yo, guys, you're practicing idolatry in these churches. You should stop." It's just a friendly warning. And they called the police on us. In Fresno, California. Yeah.
It'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget.
But I think it's because we stopped at the Jewish temple, and we're telling them, why you guys feasting and stuff, and not warning the Christians about their idolatry, before we went to the Catholic church, and then they sicked the police on us at the Catholic church.
Wow.
But they made mention of the Jewish temple in the news report. So that's when we were like, oh, so that's what was going on.
So you were rehashing Martin Luther posting the 95 Thesis on the door of the Wittenberg Church.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, but doing it for, you know, the Jews and the Christians,
Mm-hmm.
because, you know, the Jews are going way to the law and you know, believe in the Savior.
I'm back. I'm sorry. Am I muted?
You're fine. Go ahead with what you wanted to contribute.
Well, I was looking at your title where it says we're saved because, what's it say? We're not saved because we believe because we are saved.
Dude.
Yeah. And it keeps going back to this, you know, it keeps going back to this free will shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
That what the general populace knows about free will. But man, because of my predicament and the predicament that my children have been put through, I know it's so crazy to say thank God about something so horrific as what's happened. But you know, truth, when you say, man, God, show me the truth, and you hear things like the truth will set you free. It's true, but it doesn't mean it's not painful. You know, it does not mean it's not painful to have that happen. So in my pain, you know, all this anger about my children being kept from me through all this modern type divorce in California, real liberal, where it's very what I call gynocentric. That's not my term, but everything's focused in that family court around the female. That's just really how it is. They have like an 80+% win rate. So if you want like a crackerjack career, just go and get your pass your bar exam and sign up as a family law attorney, and that's it. You're an 80% winner, man. Seriously, that is the truth. What I just said is the truth where I live. I'm joking, but it's really the truth.
No, that's legit. Like, I actually, you know, if there was anything I ever thought about going to school for, it was actually specifically to do that, because I knew, well, I could see that. I was like, business opportunity. I'm like, oh my goodness, that's main steady work right there. But morally, I was like, I think I'm gonna stick with trades. I'm gonna stick with trades because they're just as main steady, but I don't have to worry about other people's drama and being involved in that, making money off of people's drama.
Right. And I remember thinking about being an attorney, and I'm glad the moral thing about this, because when you're looking at this family law, you're really winning at the cost of sacrificing the children, because those are the children are the ones that are being hurt in this whole equation. And it gets back to the title of what this show is about today. And the reason the children are being hurt is because of it's called applied behavioral analysis. And I actually have a 3-minute little doctor, if an Ace can even play it or not, or I could play it, but hold on, not yet. And he just goes through how basic this is. But here's the deal. The reward does not dictate human behavior. The consequence does not dictate human behavior. And this is what has been hidden from us for about 100 years since public school was introduced to this country. I'm not kidding. And now, and also because what was happening was for the loosey-goosey forensic psychology was finally getting its foothold in the actually going to be called doctors. You know, that was always, there was a war going on between the people that knew what I just said, that your behavior is not a result of the consequence or the reward. It's because of the stimulus. I don't know if you understand how heavy of a deal what I just said is, if that's a known science about human behavior and the way we as a mammal, like all mammals, operate. Our behavior is taught to us, and then it's triggered. And then what you've learned, you act out. If you keep it that simple, you're not going to have counselors making $100+ an hour taking you behind a closed door and doing some voodoo in discussion in private that's biased, and that's going to change your behavior. So that's the point of what this title is. We're not saved because of what we believe. God's triggered you somehow and made you respond the way that you're responding, to where now you see that you've needed to be saved. But you didn't make that decision on your own.
Mm-hmm.
You were wired, and then your button was pressed. I think that's cool as can be.
How could you not be wired? I mean, I've even heard atheists argue against Christianity by saying that there's certain genes that would I don't really give a damn what some study this or that says, but this is obvious. Like, this is common sense. The fact that you would need a study to figure this out is terrifyingly retarded. But anyway, the point of the matter, they point out that there's certain genes that would make you more likely to believe or not believe in their certain beliefs.
Sure.
And they would use that as an example against, for whatever reason, against, like, as if like that actually confirmed, but just to say it's not fair, right? That's what, but of course,
well, they've been trying to do that.
It's actually, the point I'm getting at is to point that out. Number one, it's terrifying that anyone would have to need to quote a study to figure that out. I'll give you an example of genes making it more or less possible. Well, imagine if you have a traumatic brain injury. Are you going to have a good time understanding certain beliefs if you can't even you see what, you got a very, very, very bad brain injury. Do you think you're going to be on par to understand some things? You see what I'm saying? Like, this, the fact that anyone would have to point such a thing out is just embarrassing. But it's all rooted in that free will, self-worship mind that thinks that he's something, all right. He's something. But yeah, I mean, to think that you're not wired a certain way, and being wired through your environment and whatever else. Are you retarded? Look at what in the world? You're not. You're free. You're free. Your will is free. No, it is not. It couldn't be any less free. And it's really embarrassing because how could it, even the people who claim to believe it, do they really, or do they just really want to worship themselves and really want to worship their responsibility? Because how could you possibly really believe that for what it actually is? It's so absurd. But to a degree, I think they just say it. No matter how many times you point out to them, that's not real. That's not real, and it's so obviously not real. But they keep saying it because they're stuck in different dilemmas of whether it's someone like Eric who has to have it that someone made their choice to go to eternal death, or they're not religious in any way, shape, or form, and they just want to feel that they form their own destiny, right? They want to feel that they on their own can really guide their goals to something that they want to feel more free than they are, kind of thing, right? To guiding their future and all kinds of things that can just kind of cloud someone's thinking about the matter. I mean, that's just a couple examples that I can imagine.
I'm sure you got more.
I'm sure there's so many examples you could You could talk about it endlessly almost.
I'm sure you would.
Is this some kind of rage bait?
Mm-mm. I'll give you a good game to play with yourself that'll sharpen you like a sharp sword. It's an old timer's game.
I'm sure you could.
Settle down, boys.
It's the patience producing games. I think in the military, we use the F word and call them FF games. fuck games.
So you want to check out this doctor explaining how human beings react to everything?
Sure, go
He's
ahead.
actually got a big campaign trying to get all this changed and point this out. You can tell me to pause it or whatever, or if you don't
Go
like
ahead.
it.
Go ahead.
And it's not copyrighted. He actually wants you to sit it out everywhere. Let's see here. And he's got a nice little basic chart. Share. You know, Justin, I do love you most of the time.
I love you all the time, even when you're rage baiting me.
Excuse me.
Bill, do you see the call out on the screen?
Yeah.
Could you read that for us?
God mocks us. Romans 5:20. The law was given that sin might increase.
God knows how to push our buttons.
Now, one thing before I hit play, and this is only 3 minutes long, so it's not going to, and Ace, you can tell me, shut it off, you don't like it. But I've read this man's books several times over, and he's a clinical psychologist, and he's at war with all of these, what they call forensic psychologists in family court. Now, my skin in the game is I have 5 daughters. I used to have a son wrapped up in this bullcrap delusion stuff. And this man here is pointing out how these courts allowing this kind of separation from parents is destroying the children of our country. And it's been a big failed experiment for 40 years. So that's his background. And now he's addressing, he's got a whole series on, he puts a lot of work into this for free, whole series educating parents on the diagnosis of, of behavior. Anyways, here we go.
Well, hello and welcome to my diagnosis series. In this particular segment,
Turn it up.
Discussing
that's as loud as I can get it. Is it not loud enough?
That's a critical
It's okay.
assessment in the family courts that everybody's worried about. Documenting the parenting of each of the parents. Well, in this segment, I'm going to discuss how that's done in professional psychology. Beginning with the foundations.
I don't think anyone can hear that if they're listening on the stream.
Yeah, if they can't hear it.
I can't even hear anything. I didn't hear a word. It was like...
Yeah. That's all right. No, thanks for pointing that out. It's no good to see that. Maybe let me try something here. Maybe it's on this end. Let's try it.
Do you have it all the way up or?
On the app, I do.
Yeah.
Yep, all the way up. But let's see if it was this. All right. How about now? Let's see if this does it.
Now it's deeply concerning that I have to.
No, it's exactly.
How about this?
Forensic psychologists about applied behavioral analysis.
No.
However, that's currently in the.
It's better.
This is a basic principle.
It is better.
Psychology.
I think he's just talking louder.
By every psychologist working in the family courts. Essentially, the approach of an applied behavioral analysis is to dissect or take apart the behavioral sequences, and as well as interpersonal relationships and those exchanges in a step-by-step systematic way. So we start by identifying an incident. And so in the family courts, I would typically start with probably 2 of the top problematic incidents that are reported.
So what he's referring to, so in all of his cases, he's fighting parental, what is commonly referred to, which is not a correct term, parental alienation. Really no such thing as that syndrome. So you don't even talk about it. But he's talking about this incident, meaning that typically when children are kept away from a parent and then made to believe that that parent's dangerous or something else, there's usually an incident that the child will state or the other parent. And he's walking you through how to totally blow, this is ridiculous, with this simple little 3 or 4 boxes here on the screen. And it's all about how we do not have free will. Here we go.
Why don't you want to be with the targeted parent and the child? And the other parent will typically describe 2 or 3 incidents. And so with each one of those incidents, we would take each one and do an applied behavioral analysis where we would look at that, whatever that event was, before, during, and after the event, and look at what everybody is thinking, feeling, and doing. So typically that's the chart that we would use for an applied behavioral analysis, and we just fill in all the little boxes with information as we would systematically go through the event. And the type of interviewing that is done with an applied behavioral analysis, it's called a behavior chain interview.
Here we go.
And this is based on, again, B.F. Skinner and basics of behavioral psychology, of the stimulus and response. There's a stimulus, a cue, a trigger, and then a response to that. And what the behavior chain looks at is it looks at each one of those, the stimulus, the response, and that response then becomes the next stimulus, and that creates a new response. And so you can see on that little chains, those are 3 links to the chain. We look at the child in that situation. The parent behavior would be the stimulus. And so the parent says, it's time to turn off your video games. We need to go to the supermarket. That's the stimulus. The child's given a directive. The child's response then becomes, no, I don't want to go. I just want to continue to play on my video game. Now we have stimulus response. That response of the child that just wants to stay on the video games becomes the stimulus for the parent. And the parent then responds, no, if you don't get off your video games, you're going to lose your video games for a week. That's the parent's response. That threat by the parent to take away the video games then becomes the
Stimulus.
The stimulus for the child's next response, which is that escalate or have a tantrum or to turn off the video games or something. And so what applied behavioral analysis does is it looks at that, that sequence on a behavior chain interview, looking at each person, what were they thinking, feeling, and doing at each step of that process. And in terms of technical descriptions, the stimulus is called the cue, and the response is the consequence. And what we're looking for in behavioral psychology is what is the cue? What is the trigger for the behavior? Because that's going to be the location of our intervention. Whatever is triggering the behavior, we're going to change that so that whatever the context or situation is, it's not triggering the problem behavior that we want to get rid of. So we're going to establish what the cues are that are producing, and then the consequences are the various rewards and punishments that take place that will increase or decrease the frequency of a behavior.
The frequency.
Now, an important construct in behavioral psychology and in applied behavioral analysis is called stimulus control. And this is based on a fundamental premise of behavioral psychology.
Well-known science.
Behavior therapy. Behavior is controlled by the cue, not the consequence. Okay. Let me emphasize that because it was emphasized to me when I learned it. Behavior is controlled by the cue, not the consequence. So people try to do parenting by adjusting rewards and punishments. Wrong location. That's the consequence. You want to be upfront. What's triggering the child's behavior? And then we change that trigger on the child's behavior.
Okay. So, I mean, that would beyond that, but that was, do you see how cool what he's explaining is? I mean, his explanation, how it fits this, just, do you see if you went back to that simple little diagram that he had with the circles, that if you wanted to sit down on a database and script out a whole simulation of human beings, you just put the cue, response, cue, response, cue. You could just have everything like dominoes working exactly as you want them to work, and every single domino would feel like they're involved. It's beautiful.
Oh yeah, that's kind of a good point. That's kind of what people say is they think they had a way out or something. That's kind of what you hear from Eric, right? He thought there was another way about it, but he was really just a domino. Where I guess the example being a lot of the time those situations he just described, parents look at it as if it could have gone another way, but they don't even see that often they caused something to happen, and then it caused something else to happen, and then it caused that kind of thing.
Yeah. So this is so fundamental to me because in court, this is going to be huge for me and my children. And strategically, I have on purpose for the good of my children, so they don't get damaged more in that family court by being dragged up there and being asked to testify to a delusion that even becomes more and more real, that their dad's bad and all this silliness. It's just ridiculous. So to remove myself, the other benefit is I've removed every single bit of stimulus from dad. And biologically, children do not reject a parent. They won't do it, even if the parent's beating them with a light cord. They'll actually get a insecure attachment, and initially that'll drive the child closer to that parent whipping them with a light cord, because the child does not. They're motivated to keep that bond with dad or mom because that's their food, their shelter. That's how God wired us. So children don't do that, you see, unless there's stimulus. And so there's no stimulus from me in the last year and a half to 2 years. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that stimulus is coming from somewhere, because that's how human beings behave. So someone's teaching my children to reject their dad, their brother, their grandmother, their aunt. Do you see? Because that's not, do you see how that all works though? But how this free will thing is just ridiculous, even in a court of law.
Even more so in a court of law. This makes it more consequential. Yeah, that's a normal thing that goes on though, is whenever two people get divorced, there's a lot of shit talking.
Yeah, that's normal, but there's only like 10% of all those divorces end up to where the parents. No, actually, it's even smaller than that. I think 97 to 98% accuracy. Most parents don't even involve the court and work out their own plan when the child, you'll spend a week with dad, a week with mom. That's most parents. But now you've got like 10% of these divorces are high conflict. And then once it gets to court, court is that's an organization, an arena of adversary. It's adversarial. It's not there to put the family or help the family get back together. To win, you must rip, tear, in order to win. And so that's when all this craziness comes in and all these delusions, which actually is child abuse to make a child believe in a delusion. And you're the parent or you're a authority figure in that child's life. That's right there listed in the Diagnostic Statistical Manual. I even have the number. I used to have it memorized, but yeah, it's listed right in there as child psychological abuse, making them believe in delusions.
They make it, I think it's, I don't know about California, but I know in Washington, it's by law, you have to mediate first. So you have to have some mediation.
Yeah, we've already been through all that. I went through all that.
I wish what they would do is, along with that there would be some sort of therapy or some sort of constructive advice about how to be supportive of each other in that mediation for the sake of the kids. I don't know if that's part of it, but
now, see, what they need to do is they need to get rid of the whole family court crap. They never used to have that. In other words, you couldn't just go in there and accuse people loosey-goosey on complaints with no evidence. So they created that family court and loosened no jury trial, got rid of all the due process. There's no record. They're not recording you by default. There's no transcript there, right? There's no, what else? No jury. I said that. Also, the evidence is not evidence in fact, to where you have to have some fact before you even present that evidence. No, it's the preponderance. Oh, and you don't even need a real judge. You just need a court administrator, which is, someone that's not a real judge. And then they can put on the black robe, and most people just call them a judge. I'm not saying not to do that. It's probably in your best interest to get along at that point, not make enemies over a name. But no, it's just totally, it's fugazi. It needs to be done away with. In other words, the same requirements to accuse your neighbor of a crime need to be there to accuse your husband of a crime or your wife of a crime.
I mean, one of the most sick things is the fact that
it's a $40 billion industry though now, man, brother. So give it up. This is capitalism at work. It's got to play itself out.
One of the most sick things is the fact that when people accuse, there's not enough that comes back on your own head if you accuse. Like empty accusations.
Sometimes it doesn't, man. Sometimes people get away with it.
No, that's what I'm saying, though that people, that there's not. I mean, that's one of the, false witness, often, the falsehood or lie is at least in the scriptures, talking about false witness, that kind of thing, where you're just making shit up.
Yeah, I think God
that was a death. That was death penalty.
Yeah, God considered it the same as murdering someone.
And it is, because you're putting someone up to the. I mean, it is as good as murder to put someone up to false testimony, especially over something that's not. What did they have for dinner?
Yeah. Check it out, though. I claim, like I told you, God's pulling me back. We all have been affected, at least half of us. So now half of us don't have fathers in the home, and they've gone through all this stuff. And the problem is that all of this stuff causes stress in children. Trying to make them believe it, act like everything's normal, a delusion. They know it's not true, but yet you're telling them, and you're you're a parent. And so this damages everybody and makes them messed up in the head a little bit with their attachments. It's not set up right anymore. So, but it's on purpose. Remember how he says he locks us all up in stubbornness? I guarantee you, man, you having nothing to do with who your parents are that are teaching you and molding you into the human being you really are. You're not done being formed as a human until like 25 years old.
Yeah. And then there's like Revelation 17:17. You know, he puts things in people's hearts.
Dude, sweet.
Yeah, so these people in this family court, everyone involved with that, they're guilty of whether they know it or not, but they're literally abusing children left and right, in there because they're separating kids from their parents, and they're putting false beliefs in the kid's head about one of the parents, helping it along.
Yeah, when my daughter was 17 years old, we all went to a party. The whole family went to a party, and I think she drank a little bit, of whiskey or something, alcohol. Anyway, she was a little tipsy, and as we were leaving, she demanded that she drive. And I said, no. And she said, "You're narcissistic." What? Just because I said no, I'm narcissistic?
Yeah.
The accusations fly.
Yeah, like I said, man, this is, not everyone does this. Most parents, even through a divorce, they have enough their programming hasn't been altered to totally maladaptive. They still have their natural affection for another species. They want their children. They're thinking of their kids. I didn't have to go and get a degree for someone to tell me that losing my mom and dad, since I had a mom and dad, would be catastrophic on my personality. And I definitely don't want that for my children at all cost, right? I'm in this whole marriage thing to have kids, a family. That's the whole purpose. Definitely don't want to do that because I know that'll mess them up. See what I mean?
Oh, here's something funny. Has there ever been a divorce that happened where, it wasn't a mutual agreement to where someone wasn't called, in fact, to where both parties weren't called narcissistic by the other one?
Yeah. Yeah, they're both going to be up there.
I always hear the word narcissism or narcissistic, and half of the time it's just a way of saying, I don't like you.
Yeah, and then don't forget these people, whether it's the dad doing this or the mom, trying to keep the kids away. That's very few, but you're going to look at those and look at the statistics, and you're going to find that the overwhelming majority of them, most, had that same problem going on in their house or didn't have another parent in their house. See how it propagates, and it does. It gets passed around and spreads. And yeah, that's just exactly what's how we're made. And God made it this way. It'll all get fixed, though. And I see Judgment Day as that little chart with those circles that doctor had with all those behavior changes being, explained to everybody personally in their life of what happened to them. Who was there? What were they feeling? What, the whole truth of the matter. And I think we're going to be blown away that what we were thinking, that others were thinking, and their motivations were so off. And then there'll be healing.
That's probably a lot of what Paul meant when he said,
yeah, there'll be repair.
For the time.
So enough of all that. I hate leaving things on bad news. The good news is that we were just talking about a breach in a family or a relationship like that, the damage it does to the kids. It's only doing that terrible damage while the breach is being allowed. Everyone's acting like there is no breach. And in the kid's heart, they're thinking all this about their biological parent. They can't help it. They're wired that way. Now they have to hide it and suppress it. That causes illness and stress and personality issues. and that's what's doing it. So
Yeah, that's what I've been noticing that with my son. So,
exactly. And the way
Man,
out of
kids
this,
suck.
but see, the good news is the repair. As soon as you get the repair going on, and it's not about who's a bad parent, who's a good parent. Man, I don't. You know what? I used to be so upset at my ex, but I'm not. I totally see now how she really thinks she's doing right. I mean, that's how damaged she's been from her
yeah,
childhood.
yeah, that's what I see the same here. Yeah,
And so it's just fear and trauma. That I mean, I'm telling you, the government knows about how to use trauma to control people. It's very, very well
manipulate people.
known.
It's really fucked up, but that's what they do.
And we're very simple creatures. I'm telling you, we have very simple behavior patterns, very simple triggers. We pretty much always, in general, will respond a certain way. And as long as we don't think that that's how we are, it makes it even easier. As long as, God damn it, you believe you have free will,
Actually,
makes you dumb to this stuff. Makes you think that you just refuse to believe that you're doing some shit that you really, if you step back and think, why? Start asking ask yourself about that little chart about your problem. Who was there? What was everyone really thinking? Why was this? Start being accountable like that, and all this free will stuff starts fading away pretty quick.
Yeah, if I have free will, why can't I just print my own money? You know?
Well, you don't have the right philosopher's stone. You see, it really does exist. And right in front of your eyes, they've even done a bigger whopper than the whole screw copper to gold or steel to gold. How about wood pulp to gold? How about that?
Yeah.
It's called paper to gold. That's what they've done. Don't tell me alchemy isn't real. Look what they've done, man.
Yeah.
what's alchemy?
Belief and still
transmutation, transferring of one material to another.
You'll hear a lot of that type mentioned or that type of belief mentioned, like in the books about King Arthur and the Round Table and all those wars and stuff that were going on with Merlin.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like you were talking about, because you're using gold. Because the whole idea, I guess, of gold is that it's a regular element, right? Why you can't just make it or something.
They just use gold.
I know you can make fake diamonds or something, but that's not like a regular element, right?
No. The way they do it is it's kind of like a mixture of chemistry with psychology.
Okay, now I'm lost, but
I was just thinking, boy, you took that boy down deep there, specialist.
You're muted.
Not yet, Mike. Ace, your mic. There you go.
Okay. Could you put the link in the public chat to for that 3-minute doctor talk so people can explore?
Well, that was 3 minutes of an hour, so people will be happy. But don't watch it now, man. Wait till the show's over.
Yeah, right. But at least put the link in now so they can
click
on it and prepare.
Yeah, he's really good. For any dads struggling with why their kids are, saying they hate them, they think they're this and that. Oh, that's so brutal. I understand. And this guy's really good for the aftermath, of what's already happened. But you can even get more basic and just Google learning theory, and that'll be even more basic about why your kid's doing that. It'll help you understand that your kid loves you and doesn't really mean all that shit. And you don't need to buckle under that. They need you to be okay if you're the dad.
Yep.
And most of the time, the older ones, the ones, if they're like 10, 11, 12, they know inside, they wouldn't be able to say it, but they know that, man, the other parent wouldn't be able to handle what you're going through. There's no way.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, that's a real thing. Like you can say "I hate you" to your dad, or like, I mean, I don't know if it's always. I mean, whatever the one that like is, not right in front of you, but like, as in like you've been separated from. I hate you, and it's
No, they
like
love you.
no, but then if you said it to the one that's right in, you're living, they'll go insane.
Oh, I've got older ones that have restraining orders against me, and they can't tell you why. No one can. They can't articulate a sin great enough to merit something like that. It's incredible. It's just unbelievable in the state that I'm in. And I'm talking thousands of dollars spent on trying to fix it, but I was going about it the wrong way. That's all.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
When you marry, who the fuck did you marry?
A woman.
Just you know what?
A
lot of girls do this, man, because they didn't have a dad. It's not their fault that their mom did this to them.
What the fuck? Like there's nothing wrong with you clearly. So what the hell's going on?
Have you ever heard of confabulation? What we do as humans, we confabulate. That means right there on the spot, in order to avoid being accountable, any little tidbit of anything that we can imagine and form real quick as an excuse why, or someone else that is doing it is this trigger, not you. That's what's happening. And then they actually start believing it. And then we're in a society where it's all gynocentric and it's always believe all women, right? We've already been through that and been programmed. So any accusation is embraced, especially if they're a church-going woman, because all them sisters are going to come in and believe that woman and never speak to the target, to whoever she's, because it's scary and all that. And that's how it happens. And then that reinforces that victim mentality even more so. And who cares about all that? I just don't want my kids to be stuck in that breach, believing that they're a victim that needs to be protected from their father. That causes so much damage to their little insides, because it's not true, but they have to act like it's true in order to live where they're living, in the world they're living in. And that really does a lot of bad things, but you can repair it. You can repair it once that breach is repaired with love. And of course, you don't hate me. Get over here. Let me hug you. You silly thing. I've studied what's going on. I know you're not responsible for any of this. Most important thing is we love each other, talk to each other, quit doing what this court system, which is satanic, wants us to do, which is the opposite of the gospel. They want you to hold men's sins over their head, not let them go, and use it as a weapon, even your children as a weapon.
I'd say a restraining order is the opposite of reconciliation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
A restraining order.
And there's a big
restraining orders when God's all in all. Ace.
You can YouTube and Google California restraining orders. The dilemma that they're handed out here just upon asking, sight unseen.
So when I get into it with the evangelical Christians and they say, "What? You believe God will force us into salvation? That's not love." And it's, in the heat of conversation, it's hard to talk over them. But love is a force all in itself. Of course, God is going to force us. Yeah.
You mean those guys that got buffaloed by that guy Schofield, who was taking those payments from those Jewish folk?
Schofield
put all those comments and those. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was getting paid.
Well, anyway, so but love is a force, and we're all suckers for love, whether you know it or not.
It's a trigger. Sure, it's a stimulus.
Mm-hmm.
A cue.
Yeah.
Force. Like. Just how about this? Will God force? That's kind of what they're at. Will God force like, will God love you even to say like he won't offer you not loving you, or like, should you be offered the option for God to not love you? Or I'm not. You see what I mean? Like, it's just absurd. I mean
Yeah.
everything about it. Like, when were we offered? Would you like to be an Adam? Would you like to, like?
And he talks a lot, doesn't he?
It's
Even far away from the mic, he's still going on.
Yeah.
Hey, isn't the struggle the same thing? Like, here we have God sending his son to let us know that we're not kept from the Father. And we have all the yahoos here on this planet trying to keep us away from the Father. And that causes personality disorders. It really does. Is it an emergency? Is it an emergency?
Jennifer paid last week.
Is it an emergency? I'll be in a minute. He's good? Okay. Yeah, it's the same struggle. And then Paul even says, man, the only way we're separated from God is in our head. So all this stuff applies. Let's see. Once you get this breach, once that repair starts going on, oh my gosh, I can't tell you the relief that my daughters will feel when they break free and are able to hug me. Oh my gosh, they'll start gushing tears. Of course they will, because they're holding all that, that nonsense, and they're having to hold all that in and deny their authentic self, and that's why that's child abuse.
Yeah.
Deny their authentic self reminds me of what Joel Salatin says about his farm animals. He says, the pigness of the pig. He wants the pig to be free to be a pig.
Yep. That's right. All right. So here, when's the last? Did you write anything now? Or are you just going?
Today has just been a Justin day. Justin had some good stuff. So I was going to write an essay on we are not saved because we believe, but we believe because we are saved. I thought that was such a good title. And it was given to me by Under Grace.
Wow. That's good.
It was given to you by what?
Under Grace posted it.
And he has good comments.
Yeah.
Justin, I listen to you all the time, man. I don't mind listening to you at all. I appreciate you getting on the show a lot.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, Deborah says in comments she's never seen this side of me. Yeah, man, and I want to tell people how to get out of this, because until you find out what's really going on, I believe that this has caused me to have such a hard time getting over this bacterial infection that has just taken my whole body over, to the point of I got wills going on and shit. No kidding. But yeah, and then when that, Deborah, what's important is that feeling that your daughter, when she's kept from her children, she has to learn to be okay with things not being peaceful, and she needs to realize the truth is that that's biological, her desire to be with her child, and when someone breaches that and she realizes something's keeping her, she'll go crazy if she doesn't understand that that's just a natural thing that's never going to be fixed until you go through the right channels in court and get that breach in that relationship fixed. And that guy there is a step in the right direction if you're going to do that. And sometimes it's better to let go, depending on how old they are and the situation, or if your health's in check, because it can kill you. And she's always going to be thinking about her child constantly.
Oh,
She has
shit.
to learn how to live through a death of her child every day. If it gets to the point where she's barred, it's like you wake up and your kid dies every day.
Oh, Cade,
Yeah.
I only brought that up because I've just seen the woman's side of this thing. I've seen how the courts are
Oh,
women and that they, they don't get child support, and things like that. And with my daughter, I saw what her husband did to her, and I was really pissed. She's reunited with her children now because she took the high road. She'd never said anything bad against him.
that's what I've done.
I'm sure she wanted to, but she kept, and then over time they saw what a liar their dad was because he tried to turn
Yeah,
them.
and that's not even, that's not
And
even the goal. The goal is to get those kids to understand why that parent's doing that, because
Yeah.
grace can get in there. Otherwise, anger and hate can get in there, and
Yeah.
that's going to spread to the next generation. You want understanding. You want an understanding, and then you want grace. That doesn't mean that you're not cautious, because now that person has the ability to confabulate if things get stressful, if they never get to become self-aware, and die to themselves, then you got to be very cautious, and that's all right. You can be cautious and still love.
Yeah.
But you certainly want to get that person understanding and not thinking that it's personal, and all that. Person is just trying to survive. They think they're dying unless they're seen as the good parent and her the bad parent. That's why kids doing that.
Well,
childhood.
Well, I'm just saying that I'm seeing it from your side, and this Kevin, I can't remember his last name. That black guy, he died. Anyway,
Sandals.
Yeah, I mean, he just was. I mean, these women that come
Smooth
on,
dude.
these
I
women
love him.
are idiots. They're idiots, and I'm yelling at them. What do you come on this show? Because you just look like fools, And then so I started seeing it from the other side, the man's side, and so now I'm angry at what's going on in the court system. With the men, it seems like you're right that in a lot of states it's the men that are being project.
It also goes back to money, and because when that whole court system is subsidized by the government, depending on how much child support they collect, then they get more of those American dollars. It goes into the retirement funds. It goes into everything. It's crazy. And so you just have to keep in mind that they're picking the reason the men. It might change now because women are starting to make more than men in a lot of big cities and stuff. So it might change as time goes on. But right now, mainly the men end up losing access to the children because they have to pay more child support. And on paper, and then you spread it out over the whole country, men typically make more than women, so they collect more in child support fees. When you're looking at it completely from it as a bean counter, which they do have bean counters for this, and they take their data and they use it for the decisions. And so that's why they've introduced all these loosey-goosey abilities to take the child and the parent, the father, which we're talking about. That's 80% of the time that stays with the mother in these cases, because they make more money. That's a big factor. Not the only factor. You got a lot of female judges now, or commissioners acting as judges, and they typically they're biased for the female side. They just are, depending on which week of the month it is, more or less.
Yeah.
In some cases. Not all.
Yeah, well, I think the whole court system is just all screwed up. I mean, you just see what happened just recently with all that what's going on.
Yeah, well, it's all made to extract a little bit of money. That's all part of our taxes. They all know that there's a certain amount of our income that's going to be taken from us from that legal system. Not through crimes, mind you, through statutes.
I'm sorry, does anyone else hear that sound?
Yes.
What is it? What sound?
It's like someone sawing something in the background. I don't know.
Oh, like with a skill saw far away?
It's
I
Deborah's.
don't know.
It's Deborah's
Oh,
washing
okay.
machine.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't have anything going on around here. Any noisy stuff. Anyway, I just wanted to say I see your side of this, and I've been looking into it a little bit myself, and I feel for you and your son, because it just, I hope this never happens to my son, because,
I mean,
it gets really ugly.
Oh yeah, he's had a baby. He has a son now.
He's
And
cute.
so they're all missing the interaction, between their big brother, because he's a big brother to all of them except his one sister. And even her, she had nothing to do with this, and just absolutely blackballed him. One of them had a baby, didn't invite him, didn't invite me, didn't invite Nana, their own Nana, who's dying, 70-something years old. Just hardcore. And that's a pathological bad thing right there. That's no one in a court, if they were asked the question, hey, if this was going on in your family, don't you think this at least requires some discovery with all this, all these bad consequences and statistics and behaviors that are caused in children by this? You'd at least want, a solution to stop.
Do you think that maybe it's because women think that they have all this power now, so I'm going to overtake the man, and I'm going to be the boss around here, instead of giving in and, saying, yeah, these kids need their dad. I don't care how much I hate the guy. They need their dad.
They don't understand basic human. Didn't God say they would even lose natural human affection? Like,
I was thinking of that one too. Yeah.
They don't understand anymore because of their childhood upbringing that ruined their attachment system, taught them to live in fantasy to survive, because you can't do that as a little kid, man. You have to do all that in your imagination. That's how you learn now to deal and cope with things. And so that's just totally a survival mechanism. That's a script that's kicked in when stress comes about. They revert back to that, and they have to be the good parent, and they don't even have to say anything bad about you. They just have to message and trigger the right way until your children start believing that they're a victim, that they need to be protected from something. As soon as they buy into that, well, naturally, they need to be protected, you must be a bad dad. If I need to be protected from you by this mom telling me this, and these older sisters, you must be, but there's no reason. Like, there's nothing that anyone, like, if I said this in a video, which I'm going to, but in a different way now where it's non-accusatory, but no one involved in this, because some do watch my channel, no one could write in the YouTube comments some legitimate reason that I've been, even with the stuff I've been accused of. What is the reason for these daughters, to not want me to be there to see their child born, not want to walk them down the aisle, to not see their Nana, not see there's nothing that could be typed in a YouTube comment that would legitimize that behavior. That's for certain.
Wait, these are your daughters?
Yeah, 5 of them trapped in this mess. That's how hardcore God has them locked up in stubbornness.
Did you have a good relationship with them before?
All of them, absolutely, absolutely. And I have all the receipts. I've been backing it up for $10 a month forever.
Gabe 3D is your son, right?
No, not that I wouldn't mind that, but no.
Or is he Martin Zender's son? Don't you have a son that's been here? I don't know.
Yeah, you don't like him much, though. I don't think. I don't reckon.
I guess it's kind of complicated to say, but I mean, I guess if you're a bit older, you focus more on pleasing what's acceptable, what people expect out of you. I guess, whereas nowadays people are a lot more self-interested in doing what they want to do.
Yeah, sure.
I think.
Yeah, like I said, you've got to learn how to be. Got to be okay with things not being. You got to be at peace with no peace at times.
That's definitely true.
That's where the peace of God that without understanding how that comes about.
Yeah.
We have to go through all this crap, you know. I mean, I'm up here living with my daughter and son-in-law, and I've had to learn a lot of lessons up here that I never had to learn before. And, you know, it was kind of like it was in my face. I didn't really realize how selfish I could be, or how manipulative, or all these other things that I didn't really see in myself before, because I didn't have to face them.
Right.
And like God brought me up here for that purpose, partly, I'm pretty sure, you know. So God's been,
well, God knows what he's doing. You know, I'm trusting that he, you know, the girl that I picked to be the mom of my children has them in a good spot. She won't even tell me for the longest time. I found out where they live. To her credit, good job. So they're in a safe place. And I'm sure she's doing her best. I'm hoping and trusting that she hasn't deviated from homeschooling, however she's pulling that off. And all, you know, the same medical and eating philosophies. You know, we didn't believe in eating all this crap food. We tried to eat it as organic and healthy and even homegrown and everything else. Our dream was a little ranch out away from a city, far enough to where you're not bothered by it, but where you could have your own animals, chickens, and sell stuff on the side of the road that you're growing. But that's not what God has. You know, God doesn't have everything happen. Nothing's going to happen the way that it's supposed to happen in your head. And see, when you have children as a man, when you're cut off like this, your children are still watching you, and you're still able to teach them. You are. And they need to show, you need to be able now, which I knew I had to have the reason and understanding to be able to love and not hate and all of that. So I stayed silent. And I didn't want them going to that courthouse and then talking about all that stuff when they get home. Oh my God, it would have been so worse. And supervised visitations where guys in there with guns and a lady with a clipboard where you can't say, it's just horrific. And I've researched all the pros and cons of doing it the way I've done it. And I think God had me chose correctly. Right now, I've just been missing, you know, like a soldier dad that went off to war, died. And there shouldn't be. And the only memory should be good times, because that was the only thing that my 10-year-old, 15-year-old, 18-year-old, maybe the 20-something-year-old that was, you know, maybe I told her, you don't drink your mom's coffee or something like that. But beyond that, and I got the receipts and the YouTube channels and all that to prove it. And they know it. I don't have to prove anything. It was a great family. It was beautiful. But it wasn't right. Something wasn't right. Yeah, so there's things that weren't right with me, weren't right with her. And this is how it is for all of us.
Well, we're all flawed, so.
That's right, on purpose.
Yeah.
But you can get some repairs going on.
Yeah.
God's into that. And it's also opportunities to show your children what real love is. Not love to get something back, but love because you're genuinely interested in someone's well-being and their development. Clint, your mic's muted.
Yeah.
And your kids will
Yeah,
see that.
I can hear it in my earbuds, so I'm just trying to make sure it's the right volume. I don't want to scream at everybody.
And I have a terrible disease I'm working through, and I don't want them to see all that shit on me and my skin all deteriorated, muscles being eaten up. And if that's going to happen, maybe it's, I weighed that. Maybe I'll keep it like this. That way there's no crying. If anything was to happen like that.
Do you identify with Job? I mean, all his
Nah,
stuff.
I think I'm much better looking than him. Damn it, I'm sick of it. Hearing that shit.
I don't know how good looking he was, Didn't really say he didn't look so good when he had all the scabs and sores and pussy and whatever, whatever it was.
All I'm going to say is at some point you got to be just grateful for the bare necessities.
Yeah, I mean, this also because I was sick. I lost all my income. I've never had that before. I've never had any government assistance in my life. I've never had to be on unemployment, pretty much always self-employed. Brick and mortar business was the last one for 5 years, the whole family, and went from that to welfare, Medi-Cal, and zero income, and living on cans. I mean, I'm not kidding. I hate talking about it because I'm not a victim, and that's temporary stuff going on. But man, that's some really introspective times, and those are things that God uses to make you grateful for how good you've had it before. You don't even realize it. When you're counting how many cans you have, like over the next 3 days of the protein, because you don't want to eat shit food, beans when you don't have meat and potatoes and stuff like that. Yeah, man. And then you find out that fasting, now check it out how God works, right? Watch this. Fasting, when you go into I'm saying the word wrong, autophagy. I think I said it right. It's like after 18 hours of not eating, your body starts eating all the bacteria, the virus, the leftover waste. It's amazing, supercharged.
Yep.
How do you get there, man? Eating all these carbs. You stop eating carbs, you eat meat and protein and fat. And guess what? That's real healthy for you and really good for your emotions, your brain, and everything else. And doctors will even say it's a great thing to do, especially a 30-day meat only. They'll straighten your hormones up and all that. So finding that out, I do believe that that's what's kept me alive, is that fast that happened for 2 years. 2 years. I mean, and now I eat once a day and I love it. My son and I do the same thing, and I'm getting muscle back on me now. I've gotten so pissed off at it leaving and being eaten up. But yeah, eat once a day, much healthier. Try to stay far away from seed oils. It's a good thing.
Yep.
Now, I've done all I can do to stall, and I don't want any dead air, but we have a guest here by the name of Clint Tone.
Sweet.
Guitar, I think, all plugged in right now. I've been
Dude.
Hey, what's up?
Grace and mercy time while he gets all situated to bless us with a song from the Lord.
I was just gonna interlude and say that you're so right. Like, I've been listening to this a bit about, me, I have 6 kids, divorce, and going through all that for so many years. And I've kind of come to the conclusion, I may be wrong, but this is what I've came to, is that I am such I have a tendency to accuse God of like being a bully with a magnifying glass, and that I'm some little ant. And I think it has a lot to do with me and not with my ex-wife or my children. I think this is a lesson for me. I may be being like completely selfish.
Well, no.
But,
well, Clinton, remember, I mean, I came to the epiphany when I started learning all. I really like to lean my ear to all these conspiracy theories. All this stuff that everyone's finding out now. I was sharing that with my son. We were learning about it, watching stuff 20 years ago, you know, being called kooky. But that's fine and that's fun. But my point is if you really go and look what happened 100 or so years ago, and it came from Prussia, it was a communist social control. And it was when Freud, you know, this all goes together. Public school systems, our attachment systems are the first time in human history. And never can they find this happening with any other species, nowhere. But this is the first time. This is one of the two events that are first times in human history that they can research from history. You know, people that go back, dig up villages and see how if they had schools and all that, how they lived. They can't find this ever happening, public schools 100 years ago. 50 years after that, the next thing that's never happened to humanity happens in the West, happens with the biggest money printer in the world, right? The United States. All of a sudden, men and women are levied so hard that it is actually considered and reasonable now to put both male and female out in the same fields to compete for resources. And that was called feminism.
Yeah.
All right. And now we're living through that 50 years that invaded court, and they came up with family court, their own arena to do this evil in. You see, once they got the foothold where feminism did its thing, and it's just everywhere now. So
yeah, but you know, my question, I understand that. I mean,
so we're all broken.
I think we've kind of we've realized that we're constantly under attack.
Yeah,
and so it's like, why? Because the only thing I need in order to be happy, in order to try to find true happiness, is like the blessing of God. That's it. Like if I had that, I wouldn't need anything else, because it would contain everything I need for happiness. But yet my objective is always somehow out of the reach of my fingertips, you know.
But you're all right with that now, right?
Well, I've come to an understanding that there's a really good reason, and I don't know what the reason is, but there's a really good reason. And that God is in control, and he's not some bully with a magnifying glass. That's what I was saying before. Like, I think there's something inside of me, like there's a part of me that wants to see God as some sort of mean.
It is so important for you to be rejected so hardcorely, unjustly, unrighteously, at the harm of others that you love, and you not be able to do anything about it.
And it's so important.
If you do anything about it, you'll go to jail, you'll get shot, your kids, you know, all of that. I mean, I'm not saying it's important that it goes to that extreme, but whatever is needed for you to learn about this love thing and this, is this God insane or not? Let's cut the bullshit.
He's went to a very, very extensive program in putting me in the situation that I am.
Yeah.
I know that. And that itself lends to, okay, well, what's the objective? You know, like there has to be some sort of amazing outcome.
And not later either, Clint. It's not later after you die. I mean, it could be, but I'm saying that most likely all the energy being put into this, there's a big awakening for your children that's going to happen. You know, my son was in it for a year. I mean, he was the new patriarch, right? He said it gave him the creeps. He'd be invited over to the house, and always there like you were, Dad, and you know, he didn't like it. And but it took him a year and 3 or 4 months for God to bring him out of that. And I'd given up, and something happened, but it can happen. And then it's really important for them to have understanding. So they, you know, you don't want them going down the road of anger and misplaced hatred, because Really, are we that important? Really? Is there not one God running everything? You just say that with your mouth and you're going to get so pissed off at somebody directly. Are you kidding me? I mean, yeah, maybe it lasts for a minute or a day or a month. And that was the ravage seeking of knowledge I went on, my pursuit of all this psychology, trying to find out how not to hate. There's got to be some fucking reason people are acting this way. I know what I've done. Yeah, here's what I've done. This, I can list them on paper. But that's no reason to cut your family off and your other family. That's something's deadly wrong there.
Yeah, it's so like the attention to detail that God has is so amazing. And I've just come to this conclusion that these details, these Martin Zinder brought up something interesting I thought I would bring up too. If you drop something on the floor, where does it go? Right? It goes to the place that you can't reach it. It just intuitively, if you drop something, it rolls under the table and it goes to a place where you can't see it, or just in any way to aggravate you, to bring you to this place of just being pissed, and it's such attention to detail. So if you can imagine the reverse of that, the exact opposite of that, I think this is all important so that when we have the exact opposite of it, we will understand how great of a blessing it is to be under the blessings of God. That's just me. That's what I've come to kind of realize, is that everything that happens you can just laugh at, because it's all going to be 100% opposite of this situation that we're in this eon.
All the relationships will get straightened out. All the reasons for all the behavior will become known.
Everything will be repaired.
And repaired. That's the point. It'll be repaired.
But we think it's beyond repair, like a rusty truck. Like it makes it look like there's no way that you can repair it. Like, how can I repair the relationship that I could have had with my kids for the last 8 years? Like, that's gone. That's in the past. There's no way that I can have my 2-year-old son back. That's
right.
So it's like it's like that's set in stone. There's no way that God can repair that. He can try to patch it, but there's no way he could. That's me. That's what's inside of me that needs to change. God can repair.
No, but you know what?
God can repair it. He can fix everything, and he knows exactly how to do it by the number.
Also, man, Clint, I'm telling you, it's got to be okay with you if he doesn't.
Oh, if he doesn't, then he knows that it's better that it be the way it is. Yeah. It's about relying on him and realizing that he's not some, like I say, like a bully with a magnifying glass, and I'm the ant. That's not the case here. And I think that, but when I examine myself and I see that in myself, I want to blame him. I want to say, if you would just do this, I would be okay. If you would just give me $20,000 in small bills right now, all of my problems would be solved. But the problems were put there on purpose. And those problems, even if you had $20,000 in cash, would not be solved. As a matter of fact, it could make them worse.
You know that doctor guy, that Dr. Childress thing, that clip?
Yeah.
The clip where he had the little chart, I don't know if you saw it or not. I don't forget it then. If you didn't see it, Clinton. It was the one that I played. Forget it then. But all that stuff, I'm just saying, it's in chat. He says it can be fixed in 6 to 9 weeks. Once the truth is known, once everyone starts walking in truth, all this simple stuff can be explained to the child. And immediately, once you give a reason, what it is misplaced grief. That's exactly what your ex-wife has a heart. She doesn't know how to grieve. because of what she had to do as a child to survive, whatever, most likely. Or she was just completely ignored by a successful family, didn't even talk to her, had a nanny, and she's suffering abandonment issues and all this other bullshit. But
Right.
anyways, the point being is it all can be fixed very quickly with truth, and the repair can then happen, and everyone can get back to being stable and not trying to make something maladaptive. Maladaptive means all of us freak out when behavior is going on that we know inside of our gut, our heart, does not lead to our species existing later on in the future. Any activity, you know it. It's because you're programmed to survive and live. You have goals like sex and eating. That you would think those are goal-oriented activities that you're being pressed in for a reason, a goal. And children are driven to their parents. It's goal-oriented because their parents are their survival.
Yeah, you're a lot like a carburetor, and God's the tuner of you.
Yeah.
I
So
like
all that
that.
can be repaired.
That's
It can be
simple.
repaired.
You
And it's
know, if you're running
biological.
rich, you're getting lots of fuel, you got lots of things going on in your life. Everything seems fine, but there's a lot of byproduct that you're producing that you may not see, but he sees it coming out the exhaust, and so then he's got to tune you and lean you out a little bit more, and you get the right fuel air mixture ratio. Sometimes it gets you too lean and it starts damaging the motor, and you're like feeling the heat. I don't know. That's kind of the way I've been looking at when I was just tuning my carbs the other day when they were doing the conference stuff.
Wait, so you guys are trying to force your kids to like you?
No.
No,
man.
Yeah.
No, the ones over 18, maybe even over 17, 16, when they get to a lot of that, they're gonna feel like they're making their own decisions. You're gonna piss them off if you tell them they're being controlled.
Right.
What the hell? You've been that age before.
Yeah.
And so, all you can do is be there and let them know you love them regardless. They're being silly. It's just silliness.
Hey, tomorrow I get to pick up one of my sons and take him fishing. So
See, you get that. I mean, I've had hard, cold cut off, no phone calls,
Yeah.
no nothing for 2.5 years.
And believe me, brother, I am so happy that I get that.
Yeah. And you get
It's
it without being supervised by
Yeah.
police, and
Yeah. I am
that's
so
okay.
blessed
Keep doing
to
that.
have that.
Keep doing that.
But now it's not like I take it for granted, It's something that I'm just like I relish in. I look forward to, and
You're doing an activity with him,
right, and it's just going to be me and him.
How old
man.
is he?
He's I think he's 11 years old, 12. No,
Oh, dude,
12 years
you're
old.
good. You're
Yeah.
good. Yeah, your son's gonna want to move in with you.
Oh hell yeah, he's been texting me like last 2
Oh.
days. I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Oh yeah,
And that's so wonderful, man. It's like, yes.
Just make sure he never ever develops any hatred for his mom that's not justified.
And it's
then
very hard as a human
got
being
to.
to
That
not
leads into this
say
conversation
anything about
Paul. It leads right into this Paul thing because you can start there. Well, look, you can't be hating on your mom because she can't help it. She's programmed this way.
Yeah, exactly.
And
That's what
look what society did to all moms. That look what the culture did, and all the propaganda and all the support at churches even helped this along with women.
I've been having to do the same with my
Not her. She's wired this way. Look at her past childhood.
Yeah.
Did she have troubled parents, and did she get the attention, love that was required in those developmental years, 1 to 10 years old? Was she taught that, hey, the only way to serve, or did God's not taught on this one. God has a script in us when we're that little. In order for us to make it through trauma, like having a parent be mean to you one minute and love you the next, confuse you on fuck, you're my only means of survival, I'm at your mercy, and you're treating me evil. What the hell, just, or you're abandoning me, so on and so forth. You can use your imagination. The kid can only create something in their head to deal with that, a fake self.
Yeah.
They'll collapse, and if you were God, you would say, yeah, to have this plan and have everyone survive, you got to be able to do that in these cases, just to make it through childhood without being crazy. But then you do that all throughout life when things get stressful, or if you didn't see your mom and your father interact, and no one taught you, what a father or a mother really do when they're married. You're at a deficit.
Sean.
Save me.
Sean, I just want to say hi. Sean Eagle.
His new name is Sean Mazon.
Sean Mazon.
Like Amazon?
Yeah. The jungle site?
I remember you now, Clintone. You got that funky ass cool lamp over there. I love that lamp back there, man. I think you might have left the bong out. Just saying. Wow, he didn't flinch. Keep going.
Get lost.
Sing. Let's hear you sing, baby.
It feels sinful to speak while he's playing, doesn't it? Man, Clinton, thank you, man.
We just sit around and just do that all day long. Just
Music speaks louder than words.
That's therapy, isn't it, for you?
Hell yeah. It's just
Oh,
like
yeah.
everybody leaves me the hell alone. They don't want to hear all that crap. So they just go in there and watch TV or something. And I just
No, it's great. Don't stop doing that. You know
I
that
just jam
already.
out just all day long.
Yeah.
Try to find different chords.
My daughter has my guitar. Isn't that funny? It won't, but she can. The fact it brings me comfort that she has it. It won't give it back, you know, because I know very much so.
She treats that like it's yours, you know. That's the
One
way
would hope.
I've got guitars strung out through 6 kids, and they all have one of Dad's guitars, and they all want, they all like picked out which one they want when I pass away.
And I could never do anything like that at all. I barely could strum enough to have a little prayer meeting, you know, lead the kids through a little Jesus loves me. That's all. That was beautiful. And that is, you can tell the years of dedication to that thing. You love playing, man.
Yeah, it's a good hobby, you know. I build them now because I have a problem with my shoulder, and I have like a pinched nerve, and then I start playing with my fingers, and my fingers go numb.
I understand that, man.
And then I went to the doctor for it, and they did they said I have nerve damage in this area, and so.
Did you go to a neurologist? Because that's where they're sending me next, is to a neurologist now. And I've been trying to, it's like, what the hell are you doing sending me to it? You know, I've got this infection on my joints and down my legs.
I have like problems all in my back and different areas. And so when I play guitar with my fingertips go numb, and I can't feel the guitar underneath my fingers anymore. And it really bothers me. And so it's just stopped my progression of trying to learn how to play the guitar over the last 30 years, you know? So,
God dang, I'm even more impressed now.
So whenever I said, well, how can I overcome this? Right. So I decided to just stick this on this finger and then just see if I can play without actually playing with my fingers.
Gotcha.
So I can play the regular guitar, but I just, like I say, I can only play about 5-10 minutes and then got to put it down.
Well, don't give your secrets away anytime soon or to anyone else, man. Make a record.
That's okay. I'd much rather just come on here and just play y'all a little bit and then just go
that was
away.
very good. You're like at studio. That's studio quality playing. Definitely.
And Lord bless me with a good audio interface where I can I got a little mic set up to it so you can
really
hear it.
Sounded good, man.
Welcome, David.
We've got a good crowd in here today.
Mm-hmm.
What is going on, Ace, and the rest of the panel here? Happy to be amongst you.
What's up,
David?
Howdy.
Did I hear that somebody was playing music?
Yep.
Cool, man.
Unto the Lord. Playing music unto the Lord.
Great.
Slaves, be obeying your masters with good humor.
Everyone, I'm going to have to go. I just saw that's 10:30, but I'll be listening. David, nice to see you. I wish I could stay and chat with you, but I'm sure you could talk Clinton into like revealing to you what in the hell that was you were hearing, huh? You heard of just a piece of it, huh? Just enough?
Yeah, let's hear you sing, Clint. Come on, man.
Well, yeah, I heard just the discussion about it. I'm not sure who was just talking, but hey, I'm sure we'll be able to catch up
Yeah.
sometime soon on the show.
Ciao all. Yep, we will. Bye-bye. Thanks, Ace.
Bye-bye.
See you later, Cade.
See you, kid.
I know you can sing because I heard you one day.
I can barely sing.
I wish God gave me your voice. No, you can sing.
I wish
I
God
sing
gave
all the
me
time horribly.
a lot of stuff. My wife is a one-liner. She'll just sing one line of the song. She'll just be talking and she'll hear it. She'll be like, "Blinded by the light." That's it. So I'm done.
My wife has an amazing voice, but I can never get her to sing with me.
Yeah.
And my made-up songs. I'm always singing a duet with me. It's my new made-up song. Little what is that called? Double meaning. Duet with me, honey. Come on.
What was that song on that spoof of Johnny Cash? Let's do it in
Is it
ways
really?
that make us feel good.
I didn't. Someone already stole. I never heard that. I thought I made
You
that
never
up.
heard that?
Oh, I thought I made up that.
Yeah, I forget. I think it's Walk Hard. That's the name of the movie. It's like a spoof of
Jesus.
Johnny Cash's life.
Oh, really? I've
Yeah.
seen that. Walk hard,
Yeah.
down life's rugged
Hilarious.
road. Yeah, they're all like, "Hold my hand." Oh my gosh, he's Satan. Need to touch a lady. You cut me in half real bad.
The funniest part to me is she like, "How are you going to take care of me and your 15 kids? Or how are you going to take care of me and your 8 kids?" And he's like, "I'm only 15 years old. I'm doing pretty good."
That's why I've never seen the real one. I've only seen that one.
Old Dewey Cox.
When you come to see the Salvation of All, was that while you were a pastor still or after?
Oh, well, I didn't. The first thing I saw when I was a pastor was that there was no hell.
Yeah.
I was actually trying to create a sermon on hell. And so whenever you write a sermon as a Baptist preacher, you go through a lot of study.
Yeah.
On the words. And so I went through the study of the words, and then I realized that none of them, where's the fire at? I'm trying to make it hot. Because I want everybody to be afraid of it, because I don't want anybody to go there. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that was my thought process. Well, like the end of the week, I still didn't have the sermon because I could never find the heat. And then went another week, and then I ran into someone, and I don't know who it was online. I still don't know who it was to this day. I just know that he was a younger looking guy. I saw him online, and he said hell was a myth. And I was like, oh, okay, let's see what this guy has to say. And then he made some valid points,
Yeah.
Well, by the end of my study there, I was totally convinced that there was no hell. That eventually led to me. Basically, I didn't know how to escape this place that I was in. So I think I intentionally had them kick me out because I was afraid to tell them there was no hell. And
okay.
They were very judgmental, and so I just played on that and let them judge me and kick me out.
How did they? In what ways did you let them judge you?
Well, at the time I was wanting to get married to my now ex-wife. And so I went ahead and married her. I knew they would find fault in her because she was kind of, I don't know, she was kind of not preacher's wife material. And so when she showed up and she wasn't preacher's wife material, they slowly started to want to get rid of me. And I saw that, so I just kind of kept that going. I didn't want to do it anymore because, I mean, how am I going to tell them? You remember all that stuff I was preaching to you about hell and whatnot? Yeah, that's not right. At the time, I didn't know what to do. And so I ended up getting kicked out. Well, I still thought that I could be wrong.
Right.
So maybe they're right in kicking me out. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe I don't know what's going on here. And so I just, floated along there for quite some time. Tried to go to church, try to be a decent church-going, God-loving man. I just had my doubts about this hell thing. And that rocked along there for several years. And then during COVID, my pastor died of COVID. And he was one of the last ones. There was about 6 or 7 guys who had signed my ordination papers. And he was one of the last ones that was still alive. And he died. And I didn't have really anybody to answer to.
I hate to interrupt. Since there's actually people here, I got an interesting thought that just kind of I typed out something about, and it's about the word reconciliation. And I think
Yes,
it
you
was
gotta
actually
work
just
on this.
inspired from the fact that Cade was talking about the word repair and repairing of relationships. And I feel like I if you would let me, because I think.
Well, how about we let Clinton finish and then you can.
Yeah, I don't really care what you think, but
Go
if
ahead,
anyone
Clint.
else wants to tell me what you think.
Not yet. Go ahead, Clint.
Well, Justin, I don't mean to interrupt you, but what
I
I
wish
did.
there was like a mute button for annoying people like P-Town, but I like Cade, so you can go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that's a
Clint.
great thought, though, Justin. Hold on to it. We'll get back to it. But
Unfaithful, annoying assholes,
So when I figured out that there was nobody to really explain this to anymore, I started searching for people that believe the same way I do, and I couldn't find them. Like the way I believed at the time, I was a Baptist, but I was an independent Baptist, so I believed that there was no prayer like a normal Baptist would say. Like come down, say the little prayer or whatever.
Yeah.
Romans 10:13 says, whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. After that, it says, how then shall they call upon in whom they have not believed? So I thought that it was some sort of belief that you had to give and not necessarily some prayer that was a work. Go figure. I don't know why I thought that, but I did. That's what I was brainwashed into. And so I started looking for other people that had the same sort of understanding, not necessarily just among independent Baptists. And I came across the Acts 9 dispensationalists because I had, I was also a dispensationalist. One of the Acts 9 dispensationalists, Rodney Boulier or something like that, he just stopped his ministry basically of Acts chapter 9 and said, okay, I've changed my mind about a bunch of stuff. First off, there is no hell and it's universal reconciliation. And I was like, whoa, now that's strange. He took off in the other direction from what Acts chapter 9 believe. And so I started listening to him. And he made some really good points, exactly like the guy did 14 years ago about there being no hell, which made me study again. And then once I started studying, I realized that I was wrong about the hell thing. And if I was wrong about hell, then I was wrong about other things. I started seeing other things I was wrong about. And then that sort of opened the windows or the doors to the study that, God's sovereignty, hell is a lie, a whole slew of things that I came into the truth about. Then later on, I found people like Ace Dio. I found people like Martin Zinder that come along and cleaned a lot of the stuff up. Dispensationalism, the two gospels, the true, which that's what Acts 9, that's one thing that the Acts 9 people had right, was that there were two gospels. There's not just one. You have a gospel to the people of Israel, and then a gospel to the rest of the world through Paul, which I was always like a question. Like, why is it that, Peter's saying, repent ye and be baptized, and then Paul's saying, by grace are you saved through faith, it's not of yourselves. Mm-hmm. That's a total contradiction right there. But I tried to make it work together. I always tried to make, well, that's not exactly what Peter meant, or they were going along the same kind of gospels, one gospel type thing. And so basically as these pieces of the puzzle started kind of coming together, and they just started making a lot more sense, until I realized one day that I'd been brainwashed, and that the truth is the truth, no matter if I believe it or not. And from that, I have met a lot of people that believe the same way that I do. Believe it or not, I thought I was like an exclusive person out here in the world, and believing in independent Baptist. But come to find out, a lot of people believe the same way I do before they came to the truth. So, and then met people like Cade, who's been through a lot of similar experiences with life in general, Mm-hmm. And now I'm on this thing of, hey, look, I learned something all the time. Does it answer a question? I've sort of, I still have questions about the scripture, but not as many, because the fact of the eons, the truth of there's no such thing as eternal damnation, that that people are tortured in hell for eternity. That answers a whole lot of problems in scripture. Like, for instance, in Adam all died, in Christ shall all be made alive. That answers that. And so these scriptures start just kind of plopping into place after you understand the truth, and then it makes a whole lot more sense. Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah.
Well, can I ask one question?
Sure, buddy.
So when you first were studying, because you were going to do a sermon on hell, and you're looking into it, what was your conclusion on what Jesus said, say, just to be short, say, regarding Gehenna? Was it an allegory of something that would be real, or was it like something that was going to happen actually for real for them? Like,
yeah, at the time I thought that he was describing hell, and the penalty for the penalty for sin. Basically, there was a penalty for sin.
But
if you didn't choose Christ to relieve yourself of the penalty of sin, then you were just screwed,
But what conclusion did you come to besides that then?
You mean afterward or then? Because it was so many years before.
the first time you realized hell wasn't real, what conclusion did you come to that Jesus was referring to? Was it like kind of like a preterist view, like literally they were going to see Gehenna, or when they're resurrected they'll see this lake of fire, like a literal lake of fire after in the eschatological?
At the time, it was very vague, but I could see
Okay.
the argument that Gehenna was a literal place, and that the Valley of Hinnom, which I had studied of, exclusively about how the children of Israel burned their children there, and how that was a trash dump, trash heap, and then when somebody said, "Hey, that was a literal place. It doesn't exist anymore. The worm does die, and the fire's quenched." I was like, wait a minute, I never thought about that. That didn't hit me. I was because what he was describing was not the fire at the time. It was later on down the road in this place called hell, and where the worm dieth not, and the fire's not quenched. The bad place. And so that was only one of the words that I was studying. There were so many different words for it. I'm like, which one of these do I preach about at the time? And that's why I was like, how do I preach this? Because, okay, what is Hades? What is, and you also have to understand this, that Baptists will use a word like age when it's convenient to use it. So if they see that they can't preach forever, they will intuitively use the word age for Aeonian. Hey,
Aeon, yeah.
For Aeon, they'll use the word age when it's convenient.
Yeah,
when it's not convenient,
King James does.
Yeah, they'll use the word forever.
Right. They try to use forever when it doesn't fit their tradition, then they do whatever they want with it. Yeah,
they do whatever they want.
The translation.
Yeah. And so I found myself in that, and I didn't agree with that.
So how do you teach to a bunch of King James people this? How do you articulate? I had one guy, he's still all King James, and he gets mad because he's like, hell is not where the unbelievers end up. People need to realize that. Because he's done the study and seen it's the lake of fire that's where they end up, not in hell. And it's like he doesn't realize he's just trying to hold to the lingo, the King James, and it's so hard to communicate with people who are King James only.
And I'm also I'm not some I'm just an old hick from Southeast Texas. I'm not like this like a literary authority or some kind of like smart, intelligent guy. So I've always been of the truth that has to be simple in order to teach it. You have to understand it, and it has to be simple, like a child could understand. And so that's what I lean to. If it gets too muddy, I tend to not have faith in it. It's just too much for the average man to comprehend. And so whenever it would get too muddy, I would tend to back off of it. When I started to see that it was getting muddy, because, like I say, they would use the word age when it was appropriate for their sermon. But then when it wasn't, they would use the word forever. That's not the same. That's not the same meaning. As a matter of fact, the word age is a complete contradiction to forever and ever.
Yeah.
So it's either eternity or it's an age. Which one is it? Because it can't be both. But yet they wanted to make it both.
Yep.
And so once I really started seeing that, I was like, oh man, I'm in a place where I don't want to be. I don't believe this at all. I mean,
well, which gets me to where I wanted to go. It breaks my heart that you don't see any universal reconciliation churches. It's like you can't even have one almost. Is at least you have these universalist, new agey all over the place.
Oh, you mean like a church building?
Or yeah, I mean, you still want your family to go to church and everything, and then it's like, what do you do? Because
yeah,
there's no place where you can go, and it kind of breaks my heart. Like,
because you want to be a member of this. Yeah, I think that's a real thing. People want a mark, They want something that they can identify with. And I think that's a real concern. I have family members right now that are so worried about me. They're so worried about my children. They're so worried about my wife. Why don't y'all go to church? Why don't you go to church? I told them, well, if they'll stop preaching hell, I'll go. Apparently they disagree with me, because then they just say, well, you're not welcome. So you don't preach hell to my children, or, I'm not going to go over there and let them be preached to. It's that simple. And like you say, it would be nice, but isn't this our church? I mean,
that's right. Yeah,
we're together. We're talking.
But why can't it be that there's these, people with similar beliefs start a church, like obviously in ecclesia, in the sense of a gathering on Sunday, and we know it's not really, it's just tradition, but you just can't find that anywhere. No. Why is that? I wish it was.
You can't even find one of these off the wall crazy churches, like say you go down here to the, First Pentecostal of Fred, Texas, or whatever. You can't find that one that's not somehow in some organization with other churches. And that seems to be the influence. It's not the truth of the Word of God. It's how men were taught. And those congregations seem to be attracted by a man who sort of has the same brainwashing as they do. It's unfortunate, but we were talking about this earlier. This is the life that we're living. It's the Eon. Mm-hmm. Things will be completely different. 100%. There will probably be large gatherings of people who are all about the truth, and things we can do together as brothers and sisters in the next eon. What God has planned for us, we have no clue, but He makes it seem so lonely now. I think it's on purpose.
Because it's going to be so good, man.
Because it's going to be so good.
It's going to be so good. This is going to seem like a passing dream one morning.
And we're certainly not going to take advantage of it. We're not going to be like some spoiled brat who'd never know any difference, or never knew anything else. Certainly, I mean, if you've ever been in the heat of Texas, and you've suffered through that heat for year after year after year, do you go up north or to a climate that's very stable, like 75 degrees year round, and not recognize that it's 75 degrees? It's July, and look, I'm wearing a t-shirt, or I'm wearing a small little sweater, In the evening, it's so thrilling that it's something different than what it is where you're used to, that you've acclimated to. And I think that's a lot to do with what we have to look forward to. We're going to come out of this and we're going to realize how great the blessings of God are. And they're going to be even greater because of what we were shown. You know, if I only had the blessings of God, I wouldn't need anything. And to a small extent, I do, just not in my flesh.
Still has the holes in his hands after resurrection. So I think that says a lot. And if we're supposed to take on the same glory as him, you know, he's giving it to us. That's pretty incredible. It sounds like we're going to know and remember everything of our mortal life to contrast and appreciate the immortal life he's going to be giving us.
And that's not what Christianity teaches. As a matter of fact, they teach the opposite, that we won't remember anything, because if we did, then it would be like hell in heaven. At the time when I was a Christian, I thought that made so much sense. But now I look at it and I'm like, why would that make any sense? Like we wouldn't see the contrast? Is that what you're saying? That there is no contrast, that we don't need contrast?
Yeah, there's a strong delusion out there. Yeah.
Well, I think
God put it out there, so it's for a purpose.
Justin, maybe this is a good time for you to share your thing about reconciliation.
Yeah, it's already on the screen. Let me finish putting this here. Okay, so I was thinking about the word repair and how Cade said repair and about relationships, and it made me think of, okay, well, about repair, like what is repair? It's you're bringing two things together there again, right? Pair, repair. So, okay, let me just read some of this here. Inspired from the word repair and Cade's speaking about repairing of families, and I was thinking about the word repair for a second there and how it was basically just bringing back together again. Re being again, pair being something like back togetherness or pairing, right? So out of that, I was like, okay, well, we got a very similar idea with conciliate and reconciliate would be like much like pair and repair. And I said, here we go. Here's a thought. And this will come useful in a second. And I just put here, this is not an element in the words, but I put the word came in front here of from down change and from hold loose, because I was just kind of thinking out loud. And I'm aware that from has a kind of hard understanding in English. Like if we say out, we understand what that means, right? But when we say from, sometimes if you're not actually thinking, like if you say it in isolation, there's kind of a lack of understanding. And really, though, from or oppo is basically just the only difference between out and from is essentially ek or out is referring more to the motion itself, and from is the static state of what that motion would come to. And so that led me to think about some of the thoughts I've had about different words which have from in front of them, which often feel weird in English, but I feel like it's just because of that fact that sometimes we have to understand what from even means in the first place. And I think putting a idea of result to the idea of from sometimes is the idea in an accusative kind of manner that puts it in front of a word, which often if you're speaking, often if you are speaking of a preposition in front of a word that is connected to the word itself rather than a preposition that is isolated. Like, it is almost always, at least from it's just going to be accusative by nature, and so that gets to this idea of, and that's because it's very noun based, right? Because if you're speaking of a genitive, you're much of, it's very possessive. And so I was thinking here, and I was thinking about the words apolomy and conciliate and reconciliate, and how there's kind of a similar idea what's going on here with the word from in front of it, which lets us compare conciliation and reconciliation. And so I was thinking about that, and I was like, okay, well, if we really understand what from is, and it's different from ek, it is what happens when you come out of something. If I said I came from New York, right? It's the state of the matter, but it's not the motion of the matter. Like, the out part is the motion of getting to where you came out of, or getting to where you become from or something. So if we understand that from is more like the static and ek is the motion, well, we can kind of start understanding some of these terms. And one thing I've noticed about the word dying, which it's very commonly from dying, and this kind of makes a lot of sense because of the fact that it's speaking. Well, look here. So this makes a lot of sense about the idea of from being the result of the matter, and how I noticed it to be. This makes a lot of sense, for I've noticed a lot of strangeness to English thought on the word dying, because more often being written as from dying or apo thanatos, or as whether as a verb or as a noun or an adjective or whatever, where it has from in front of it. But why? Because thanatos would just be a death. I mean, I'm pretty sure people have heard that word before. And I mentioned, well, there's also necros, but that's usually seemingly in reference to the body as far as my memory, but you can do a concordant study on that. But that, why put from in front of it? And I was thinking, okay, yet usually it's being written as from thanatos, i.e. apothanatos, and various verb and adjective forms alike. But why from dying? Perhaps it's to get to the fact that it's the result often, that it speaks to, that we're getting to the result of death or something. And so from often has a lot of confusion with its elements, as I just talked about. It is much like, to us, an English speaker, because if you isolate the word from, you can't really understand it. But if you say came from, now you understand something, right? But when you isolate the word out, it's a lot easier to English tongue. It is much like ek, or out, yet is being more static. It's static as opposed to ek. In other words, out would be the motion and from would be the state. And so I was thinking, okay, let's think about this. Okay, to the state, you got down change, right, which is conciliate, and from down change, which is reconciliate. So could we, and this is, again, I've only just started thinking about this a second ago, but could we say that a reconciliation is the result of what comes out of a down change? So the result, as to speak of, like, you got conciliate, which would be more like the out part, perhaps. Of course, it doesn't have the word out, but you can imagine the motion perhaps in there more than the front. To once you're from down changed, once that happens, could that be the result of a down change? And a down change, again, I'm speaking conciliate. And if you think about down too, it's like, okay, well, down, you often see AC put in front of it and the concordant version. Well, that's because by nature, it more often is actually not referring to down. It's that down in the sense when it's down in English when you think about it in a genitive sense, but you can also understand why it's something that would be down in genitive, because genitive, of course, is speaks to where, or sorry, not where. Dative speaks where. What I'm saying is genitive. If you said something is down, so think about it. I should reverse how I said it. Something is down, but if you said let's get down to it or something, well, you're saying let's get according to it, right? Or according to what it really is. And so I thought of like a sentence to explain how like kata, it's the same word, but how you could see how these could be blended into one idea in a tongue, in a different tongue. And I said, okay, well, imagine if I said, let's get according to it, or let's get down to it. It's the same thing, right? And so in the sentence, you'd have get as the verb, and by nature, there's something playing. There's according to it, right? So that the accusative here would be such, and in a way, but the point I'm kind of getting at, though, you would have to understand that to it here would actually be like, you'd have to put like east or something, like get into it or some, or like according to it, or well, no, according to, I'm saying actually this is accusative, and this is the accusative preposition, according to being one word. But anyway, the point I'm getting at is, so could we see that perhaps reconciliation is kind of the result of a conciliation? It's what comes out of a conciliation. It's the ultimate purpose of a conciliation, perhaps. Because if you think about from versus, if you just have down change, or according to more properly, because we're really speaking to accusative sense, according to change, and then you have, imagine you said came, like if you had to understand, like we're saying from according to change is reconciliate, but what if we to understand what we're talking about in English, said came from according to change? See, came from conciliation or something, like as if it was the result of the matter. I don't know. I feel like this is it's kind of interesting, because it also helps to understand what's actually going on. Often when you say apathanatos, well, you're talking about you're kind of getting, and of course you have to understand there's different completes and but you're speaking to the result. You're speaking when you say, for example, dying, and in 1 Corinthians 15, it's from dying. Well, you're speaking of the result it's going to, not that it's complete, but that you're speaking of that fact that it's really going to that result, not just the process itself, but also somehow it manages to kind of bring in both by making an incomplete in 1 Corinthians 15:22, for example, because you're speaking to the result it's going to, even if it never gets there. And I don't know, it's just a cool thought, because of the fact that, well, if from down change, it's the result of the conciliation. And I put kind of the verses down here, and I was kind of looking at that, and the three verses where reconciliate comes up here, you can kind of think about it. Okay, that the result of conciliation, perhaps the result of conciliation is to be having the result of conciliation or reconciliation, both in one body to God through the cross, killing the enmity by it. And then you could say the same thing through him to have the result of conciliation. You'd say to have the result of conciliation. Let's see, to have the result of conciliation, or you have to say it as a verb, right? So to be having the result of conciliate, right, all into him. So you can kind of see it speaks to the result, perhaps, in that sense, because if you have something that is the difference here being the state of what came out of a conciliation. This might be I mean, this is a really complicated way to say it, but it's something to be explored if someone actually wants to explore it. Because if you understand that from is really the state of being out, then if something is a down change, well, then you have that which not just comes out of the down change, but is the state of coming out of that down change, and that it is very much the result of the matter.
Thank you, Justin.
Yeah. Thank you, autist.
Okay, I'm going to wind it up there, boys and girls. Thank you so much for stopping by. Leave a comment and comment on other people's comments. And grace to you.
Thank you, Ace.
You're
See you
welcome.
later.